We're going to be starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes we're going to be starting. Nice crowd. Where's Chris? And Giuseppe. I spy you. I see you. I spy. Bye-bye. What do you mean the proclamations? I'm going to call them up. No, yeah, I'm going to call them up. Yeah. No, they're detained. Yeah. Tell V to tell them. Yeah. Madam Clerk, you ready? Please rise for the pledge. That one. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, your mic's off.
Good evening, and welcome to the February 10, 2026 regular meeting of the Jackson Township Council. Pursuant to the provisions of the New Jersey's Local Public Meeting Act, adequate notice of this meeting was properly provided by transmitting a notice of the meeting on January 9th for publication. Notice of this meeting of the Township Council is posted in the corridor of the municipal building, on the Township website, in the office of the municipal clerk. We'll begin with a roll call. Councilman Borelli?
Here.
Councilman Bressi.
Here.
Councilman Pollock.
Here.
Council Vice President Palmieri.
Present.
Council President Bernstein.
Here.
Also attending this evening is Attorney McGuckin, Administrator Tarafanco, Veronica Dagner, and myself, Sandra Martin. We will now hear opening comments from the Township Council, starting with Council President Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And there's a drop of an echo. I'm not sure if there's anything we can do about it, but just putting it out there for the great team back there. Just going to wait a second. Okay. Thank you. I'd like to take a moment and thank the Board of Ed, in particular Superintendent Nicole Permilli, for allowing us to use the former memorial in the middle school for this council meeting. We appreciate it, and having that open line of communication that when the need arose, it was very quickly taken care of. We very much appreciate it. Tonight's agenda has a bunch of great resolutions and ordinances, but for the sake of everyone's schedule, we're going to keep things moving. I'm just going to focus on my opening comments on the police department. I had the privilege and honor of joining Mayor Kuhn and the business administrator in the interview process for our next chief. We have a great department, a lot of fantastic superstars, and we really, really are very, very lucky here in Jackson Township. In interviewing Captain Nelson, she came across as educated, accomplished, and a true leader. Leadership requires hearing different viewpoints, giving people the opportunity to be heard, and then leading by example. And we had the opportunity in speaking to many of her colleagues at that point as captains, some of the lieutenants, and some of the sergeants, and no one had anything but positive to say about Captain Nelson. Captain Nelson began working in Jackson over 20 years ago and has continued to rise through the ranks, continuously breaking various glass ceilings. Captain Nelson clearly understands Jackson's unique issues and is a problem solver. I am confident that Captain Nelson, soon to be Chief Nelson, will continue what she's been doing for the past week since she took over, building the morale of the department, continuing on the previous successes that we've had here in Jackson until now, and making our department an even better place, and continuing to make Jackson one of the safest communities here in New Jersey, and we very much look forward to being part of this process tonight. I want to take a moment and welcome some dignitaries, and it's always tricky when you do this because you don't want to miss anyone, but I think I got everyone so far. I want to take a moment and thank Senator Owen Henry, Assemblyman Sawicki, Assemblyman Clifton, Ocean County Sheriff Mastronati, he told me he was here somewhere, Ocean County Prosecutor Brad Billhammer, I see he just walked in, and various members of these agencies and other elected officials from some of our surrounding towns for joining us here tonight. Jackson Township has always backed the men and women in blue, and under this council and Mayor Kuhn's leadership, you have my commitment that as long as I continue to serve up here, we will continue to back you. So thank you for coming, and have a wonderful evening.
Council Vice President Palmieri.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all of our public officials who have come out this evening, as well as all of our residents who are here this evening as well. This is a really important night tonight. There's a full agenda tonight and many important issues to be discussed. In my opening remarks, I want to focus specifically on this moment. Tonight we swear in our Chief of Police and recognize the promotions within our police department. These promotions reflect dedication, professionalism, and a continued commitment to serving our community. I want to sincerely thank each of you for your service, your sacrifice, and your sense of duty. I also ask that God would watch over you, protect you, and keep you and your families safe as you continue to serve Jackson Township. Thank you.
Councilman Borelli.
Thank you. Congratulations to our township's new police chief, Mary Nelson. I first met Chief Nelson in my first year on the Township Council while serving on the Jackson Day Planning Committee. I witnessed her leadership qualities and steady demeanor back then, which she will no doubt bring to Jackson as the police chief. All the best to you, and congratulations to our other township officers who are moving up in the ranks and are being sworn in tonight. God bless you and keep you as you keep our great town safe and secure 24/7. We have your backs. on the council. Also, I'm thankful also for the Jackson Fire Departments for putting out that fire last week over at Madalocan Drive and safely evacuating residents in the area. Thank God no injuries were reported. And good seeing you all, residents and distinguished elected officials. Take care and have a good evening.
Councilman Bressi.
Thank you. First off, congratulations to all the people getting promoted tonight. You've all earned it and worked your way up. And as far as Mary Nelson, future chief, it's nice to read everything she did through the ranks. But when you can get somebody in your own family explain how she was as she started as a dispatcher in the police department and went to college with her, and your own family can recommend how good a person she was and how good a job she did and how dedicated she is. It gives a little extra personal touch when I vote. And I want to congratulate you. You've earned it. God bless you. God bless the police department. Thank you all for coming out this evening. Have a safe trip home.
Councilman Pollock.
Good evening. First and foremost, of course, you got to say congratulations to our new Chief Nelson. Congratulations to all our officers who are being promoted today. A big thank you to the fire department and first responders who responded to the recent fire in Jackson. I'm truly grateful for all of the officers, all of the fire, all the EMS who put their lives on the line to protect others and to serve our community. I think we have a very good agenda going on tonight. Unfortunately, Jackson isn't always sunshine and rainbows. I could get into a whole lot of things tonight, but I'm going to save that for another time. I'd like to keep it focused on our police officers and all the men and women who serve our community. Thank you guys very much.
The next item on the agenda is comments by Mayor Kuhn.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. It is truly an honor to welcome you all to this very special meeting, a historic moment for Jackson Township Police Department and our entire community. Tonight, we celebrate not only the dedication and service of our officers, but also a remarkable milestone in the history of our township. It is my privilege to present over the swearing in of Mary Nelson, the first female police chief in history of Jackson Township. Chief Nelson's leadership represents a new chapter for our department, one filled with promise, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to keeping our residents safe. Under her guidance, I have every confidence that our Jackson Township Police Department will grow, evolve, and set the standards for excellence. I am also deeply proud to promote 10 exceptional officers this evening, as well as to welcome one new officer to our ranks. Each of these individuals exemplifies the courage, integrity, and dedication that defines our police force, and they reflect the values of our community holds clear. To every man and woman serving in the Jackson Police Department, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude. Your work tirelessly every day to protect our residents, maintain peace, and make Jackson a safe place to live, work, and raise a family. Your service does not go unnoticed, and our entire community benefits from your commitment. As we look to the future under Chief Nelson's leadership, I am filled with optimism. This department has been proud past, a strong present, and even brighter future ahead. I look forward to watching our officers continue to grow, to succeed, and to serve with distinction. Thank you to everyone here tonight for joining us in this historic celebration. Congratulations to Chief Nelson, the newly promoted officers, and our newest member, Officer Ryan T. Higgins. We are proud of all of you. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening. I would also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge some elected officials that are here with us tonight. Senator Owen Henry, Assemblyman Sawicki, Assemblyman Clifton, County Commissioner Arace. I didn't see Sheriff, but I think he's here as well, and our prosecutor, Brad Heimer. And thank you to any others that I missed. Thank you very much.
The next item for tonight's meeting is an update from the Department of Public Works. Council President Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Jackson Township faced a significant snowstorm on January 25th with conditions unlike anything we have experienced in recent years. A record number of employees signed up to work the storm, and all available DPW equipment was deployed to clear roadways. The volume of snowfall required crews to remain on the road for several days, and many working more than 24 consecutive hours before returning home. Outside contractors were also called in to assist with snow removal efforts. It truly was an all-hands-on-deck situation. I also want to take a moment and recognize, as I did by the last council meeting, the office staff in DPW who were there throughout the night, throughout the day, answering the phone and routing the crews to wherever they needed to go. Cleaning vehicles and other obstacles from roadways was essential to making streets safe and passable. During periods of heavy snowfall, residents may notice that plows may only make a single pass down a street. The initial pass is intended to provide access for emergency vehicles. Once roadways are deemed passable, crews will return to plow closer to the curbs, allowing access to mailboxes and other roadway areas. When crews return to plow near the curb, snow may be pushed onto driveway aprons and/or sidewalks. This is an unavoidable and unintentional part of the snow removal process. While this may cause some inconvenience, every effort is made to minimize additional disruption. And again, I'm going to add that if you do notice and you do need an extra help, you can definitely call DPW. They were continuously going out, and I know the mayor was there for days making sure and helping out over there, so thank you. In addition, the township is preparing for its annual brush and bulk pickup. The schedule is available on the township website under the Public Works section. This year, and this is the first announcement of this effect, Mayor Kuhn, together with our DPW, has authorized a second bulk pickup on a call-in basis. Further details about this additional pickup are going to be available on the website and the timing of that. So thank you, Mayor Kuhn, for enabling that and working with DPW to make that happen. Madam Clerk.
The next item is the small business recognition. Council President Bernstein?
Council Vice President.
Great, thank you. I can't see from out here, but do we have representation from Bagel Run? All right, great, awesome. So tonight, we're proud to also recognize Bagel Run as the Jackson Township Council's small business highlight. Bagel Run is more than just a place to grab a bagel or a cup of coffee. It's a true local staple. For many residents, it's a part of their daily routine, their weekend mornings, and the small moments that make our community feel like home. Small businesses like Bagel Run are the backbone of our local economy. They create jobs, support our community, and give Jackson its character. That's why it's important we take the time to recognize businesses that consistently show up for our residents. On behalf of the Jackson Township Council, thank you to the owners and staff of Bagel Run for being such a valued part of our community. You want them to come up? You want to tell them?
Council Vice President, we'd like to call up the team from Bagel Run to get a proclamation and take a picture. Thank you.
The next item is the presentation portion of the agenda. Council President Bernstein?
Yes, so I apologize. I know the mayor covered for me, but I apologize. But when I realized that I forgot, I realized that he's going to be twice on the agenda tonight. We have a special opportunity of having a County Commissioner Robert A. Race here. The county, as everyone knows, we have a lot of county interactions, a lot of county projects, whether it's roadways, sidewalks, parks, etc., and the list is never ending. So I want to take a moment and ask the county commissioner, we did this with some of the other commissioners, to introduce himself to Jackson a little bit. This was planned before, and then also maybe I think he has a proclamation to give to Chief Nelson on behalf of the county. So come on up, and we're going to give you a mic. Madam Clerk, could you give the commissioner a mic?
Good evening, Jackson Township. How are we doing this evening? Good seeing you guys. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank the mayor, council president, and council, and especially the residents of Jackson Township for inviting me here this evening. I took office actually in January of 2025, and it has been a tremendous honor to serve the residents of Ocean County. I was previously the mayor of Manchester Township, so not very far away. Stones thrown away right down the road, but we have very similar interests, not only in Manchester as in Jackson, but really the county at large. So a passion of mine has always been open space preservation, and my family came here from North Jersey, and I think a lot of us have kind of followed the same path, and we came here because it is beautiful, it's rural, it's suburban, it's a great place to raise a family, it's a great place to retire, it's a great place to come to the beach, it's a great place for tourism. So it's always been of utmost importance to ensure that I'm working with local governing bodies to identify parcels of land that we can ultimately preserve forever through our Natural Lands Trust to preserve, I think, the special character of this county. Second, a priority of mine has been EMS coverage. The northern part of the county, from what you can see, is covered pretty well. The southern part of the county is hurting. So the county last year, for the first time, has started an academy that will take on the cost of EMTs from whether township-run paid agencies or volunteers. So if you know anyone that is interested in serving their community to protect lives, we are now covering that class. It's about a 6-month course. We're doing 2 a year. We've graduated 19. We're about to graduate 25 more. And we're also starting an OCVTS program where 40 folks are enrolled. And I think this is a tremendous opportunity for us to help bolster the staff of those EMS agencies to really protect and keep our residents safe. Something else I'm very proud of, I'm the liaison for seniors, senior outreach, veteran outreach, and also consumer affairs. So if you're a senior and you need help with any type of programs, if you need help applying to programs, whether it be the federal government or state government, I'd really invite you to come to my office or contact my office. Again, Commissioner Race of Ocean County. I'd be able to help you with anything. Same thing for veterans. There are very special programs. We have veteran service officers that provide assistance to our veterans. And actually, can we get a huge round of applause for their services, please? Very important. So, veterans are of the utmost importance, and not only my priority, but a priority of the County Commissioner Board. If you know a veteran or a survivor of a veteran, they are entitled to programs and benefits that the federal government offers them that they are entitled to for either their own service or a loved one's service. Again, please have them come to my office, and we want to ensure that they're represented and cared for. And finally, the last point, Consumer Affairs is a very vital agency in the county. What we've seen, not only in Manchester, I'm sure it happens in Jackson Township, and it really happens countywide, is that there are fraudulent contractors that look to take advantage of senior citizens, and that's absolutely not right, and we're looking to make a stand against that. And what they do is that they'll convey themselves differently, or they'll promise things differently in their contract, and they ultimately would not deliver. So what we had done through the county on consumer affairs is we actually had an undercover home where we put out requests for contractors to come, and we asked for certain work, and we checked for licensing, we checked for pricing, we checked for the material that they were going to use, and we were actually to uncover 10 to 12 fraudulent contractors to protect our seniors. Next, and final thing, I'm sorry, I'm going kind of long, I talk a lot. Finally, there was a mold issue in Crestwood 3, one of our HOAs, and we're actually seeing that it's more prevalent throughout many HOAs around the county. And our Consumer Affairs Department is looking into how these homes and association ultimately cared for the units. And this is just another example of us fighting to protect our seniors. They do not have a voice always. Sometimes they're alone, and they deserve to have somebody in government that is here to listen. So once again, thank you so much. I really appreciate the time, and hopefully you'll invite me back. Thank you very much.
Do after? You have your proclamation up here? Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, I was invited back already, my second time. Actually, Chief, our soon-to-be Chief, can I please invite you up? Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like to say that even over in Manchester Township, I had spoke a little bit about Miss Nelson, and she has an amazing reputation in the police department across the way. They had told me that your service to the community has been unmatched, and they wanted to send thanks from them and a thank you from me. And I'm very proud to present this certificate from the Ocean County Board of Commissioners.
You want to?
The Ocean County Board of Commissioners congratulates Mary Nelson, Jackson Township's first female police chief. This board joins with Jackson Township in recognizing Mary Nelson of Jackson Township for her distinguished career in law enforcement and unwavering commitment to public safety. Her historic appointment marks a significant milestone for the Jackson Township Police Department and reflects her professionalism, integrity, and dedicated service to the residents of Jackson Township and Ocean County. The board extends its sincere congratulations and best wishes as she continues to lead with honor and distinction. Thank you very much.
And I'm going to ask council and the mayor to come up for a picture. Madam Clerk, we're going to continue with our meeting. I'm going to read a bio pertaining to Captain Nelson. Captain Mary Nelson began her law enforcement career in April 2001 as a police dispatcher with the Ocean Township Police Department in Weirtown, New Jersey. She attended the Burlington County Police Academy in October 2002 as a Class II Special Officer and graduated in April 2003 as a full-time police officer. While at the Academy, she earned the Top Gun Firearms Award, becoming the first female in the Academy's history to achieve this award. In August 2004, Captain Nelson was hired by the Jackson Township Police Department, where she served as a patrol officer. During her time in patrol, she was named Officer of the Year in 2007 and again in 2009. In November 2011, she was promoted to the rank of Police Sergeant and continued serving in the Patrol Division. In 2013, Captain Nelson was nominated by her peers as Supervisor of the Year. In July 2018, Captain Nelson was promoted to Police Lieutenant, where she remained in the Patrol Division as a platoon commander. In 2020, she was recognized by the Ocean County Police Academy as Instructor of the Year. In May 2022, Captain Nelson was promoted to Police Captain and assigned to lead the Special Services Division and the Detectives Bureau. Captain Nelson is the Jackson Township Police Department's first female lieutenant, captain, and now chief. She is supported in her law enforcement career by her husband, retired Sergeant First Class James Kinlan, and her two sons, Mason and Marshall Kinlan. I want to call upon Mayor Kuhn to administer the oath of office to soon-to-be Chief Nelson. Chief. Any family members to come up and hold the Bible.
You have your own Bible.
Wow.
That's why I'm on the right.
Must be a big Bible.
Okay. Come on in, everybody. You're going to have to squish.
Come on in.
Everyone move closer, move closer.
Aw, here's Nana. Sorry. You got to scoot. You three come here. They can scoot.
Come on in. We don't.
Stand up here.
She's coming.
everybody here? Please state your name.
Mary Nelson.
Please repeat after me. Do solemnly swear or affirm
Mary Nelson, do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that by all faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties
all the duties
as Provisional Chief of Police
as Provisional Chief of Police
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to my best ability, so help me God.
according to my best abilities, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. If the family wants to take a picture, or you did already, and then Mayor and Council to come up take a picture with Chief Nelson, please.
Thank you.
Jimmy, Jim, congratulations. That's a great You too.
Council. Yeah, right.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you all for coming out tonight. I am truly humbled and honored to serve as your Chief of Police. I want to start out by sincerely thanking the mayor, the business administrator, and all the council members for their strong and continued support of our police department. It's a true statement to their commitment to public safety, on the resources that they've provided and the support that we're receiving for our agency. And I appreciate it, and I thank you all. To the men and women of Jackson Township, I'm honored to serve as your Chief of Police. This moment not only belongs to me, but it belongs to you just as much. We are looking at new horizons here in Jackson, and I know through your courage, your perseverance, and the dedication that I see out of each and every one of you every single day, that we are going to make Jackson Township one of the best places to serve in the nation. To my community, I thank you for your trust. Our partnerships that we will build in the future, I'm truly and genuinely excited for. I thank you for your expectations of us and the trust that you give each and every one of us every day, and the support from every community member. Public safety is a shared partnership and a shared responsibility, and I know the men and women of Jackson Township come to work every day and they give it their all to keep you all safe and proud. I thank you, and I look forward to all of us growing together, learning, and making Jackson Township, continuing to make Jackson Township one of the greatest towns in New Jersey. If it wasn't for the unwavering support of my family and my friends. To my husband, retired Sergeant First Class James Kinlan, now the first man of the house. Thank you for being my rock throughout this 25-year career of both of us in law enforcement. My trusted counsel and my friend, you've helped me through it, and I appreciate you, and I love you so much. To my two wonderful boys, your integrity and your character make me proud to be called your mom, otherwise known now as Chief Mom. To my family friends, I appreciate all of you. You've been along with this whole milestone of my career. Thank you for coming out tonight. There are many people who made a difference in my career along the way, and I would be remiss to not mention my first field training officer, Chief Brian McKay. Chief, many, many moons ago, you instilled in me the discipline that it takes to be a strong and great police officer, and you taught me to always find the silver lining in everything we do. I thank you, and I will carry that on for the rest of my career. I also want to thank one of my very good friends and members of my board of counsel, Casey Long, Chief Casey Long of the prosecutor's office. Our friendship, our conversations, and our ability to work together in leadership means a lot to me, and I appreciate you more than you know. Chief McKay, Chief Casey Long, and I started our careers together in a little tiny town called Ocean Township, Waretown, over 20 years ago. Who would have thought a tiny little town like that and crazy young kids, well, some of us, running the streets are now 3 sitting chiefs in Ocean County. To my Waretown guys, you have a gold mine there. Protect it with all your might. Shirley Pohl, the police chaplain, she came into my world one night when I was a police sergeant running the patrol shift and running the streets of Jackson, and she sat in my patrol car, and after we got the important things out of the way, like what undergarments I wore under my vest and how much coffee I drank during my shift, she shared with me her story and her reason for being a police chaplain and wanting to help cops. Her story changed my life. Matter of fact, in the future, it saved my life. And I thank her, and I'm grateful for her every day. I would be remiss not to mention my partner in blue, my brother in blue, retired Sergeant James Kinlan. We taught together at the academy for almost over a decade. We taught resiliency and constitutional law, and the lessons from the classroom and the friendship he brought to the table brought me through some tough times and helped me grow as a leader, and I'm truly blessed to have worked with him. I'm sorry, James Kelly. James Kinlan, James Kelly. Are you out there, Jimmy? There he is. I also want to thank the members of the Ocean County Police Academy for allowing me to teach there. The lessons that I've learned in the classroom and their faith in me have taught me and forged me as a leader and enabled me to learn so many things and make so many great networks, connections, that it has grown me, and I am especially thankful for them. Assistant Prosecutor Renee White, the value that you bring to law enforcement and the lives that you've changed have impacted not only me, but so many law enforcement officers and brought experiences to my world that have changed me and every officer that I was able to teach and touch, and we thank you for that. I would be remiss if I didn't thank the recently retired Chief Coons for allowing me to take part in those programs. I'm not sure if it was to get me out of his hair or that he saw the return of investment on investing in his employees and allowing them to be part of these meaningful programs. In closing, I just want to say thank you to each and every single one of you. Being your chief means a lot to me. I don't hold the responsibility lightly. I will lead with strength, perseverance, resiliency. I will work to get you the resources that you need with the commitment of our town council and our mayor, and I will ensure that we are the best police department in the nation. Thank you very much.
So I want to thank Senator Owen Henry, Assemblyman Sawicki, our local assemblyman, and Assemblyman Clifton from District 11, our elected officials for, 12th, I apologize, for coming tonight. They have a proclamation to make for Chief Nelson, so I would ask the three of them to come up here, please, and give the proclamation to the chief. So come on up. Do we have the mic? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Council President. Council members, good to see everybody again. Everybody who's here really loved this turnout. You all know I'm a lifetime member of Jackson, and to see this kind of turnout for this event is just so rewarding and just so great to see for this community. A couple things I just wanted to say before we present this joint resolution of the Senate and the Assembly. I was honored to be here and part of the council when Mary Nelson was then lieutenant promoted to captain, and was the first female captain to be in Jackson. Honored again to be here tonight to recognize her as the first female chief of police of Jackson. And while it's noteworthy and fitting that we honor her as the first female chief, one thing I want to make sure we all call out and agree on, she's also the best choice for chief of police. I've had the opportunity to interact with now Chief Nelson over the years. Her leadership is obvious. Her way of uniting the department is obvious, and her devotion to the community is also obvious. Couldn't be happier for her. I also wanted to congratulate all the other officers that have been promoted tonight, and in general, just thank you all for what you do. And I'd say last before I invite you over here, Chief, you have 3 members of the state Senate and Assembly that have your backs. We fully support law enforcement, fully support you guys. Anything you need, we're here for you. So thank you all. So Chief, if you could join me.
Chief, come on up, please.
So I'm not going to read the whole joint resolution because actually Council President did a great job covering your bio, which is mostly what's on here. But I did want to read one portion if I could. If you wouldn't mind just for a second. Got to put the readers on. There we go. All right. Whereas it is both proper and fitting for the members of this legislature to pause in their deliberations to acknowledge Mary Nelson and commend her as an individual of strong character and boundless fortitude, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and General Assembly of the State of New Jersey that this legislature hereby lauds Mary Nelson, pays tribute to her meritorious history of service, leadership, and dedication, and extends sincere best wishes for success as Chief of the Jackson Police Department. And be it further resolved that a duly authenticated copy of this resolution, signed by the Senate President and Assembly Speaker, and attested by the Senate Secretary and Assembly Clerk, be transmitted to Chief Mary Nelson. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Council Mayor. Mayor? It's on. If you don't mind holding it, I'm going to call. Chief, you want to stay up in the middle with the other mic? So at this time, I want to call up current Lieutenant Richard Bosley for his oath of office.
Lieutenant Richard Bosley moved to Jackson in 1982, and he graduated from Jackson Memorial High School in 1989. He later attended the Ocean County College, where he earned his associate's degree in criminal justice. Lieutenant Bosley began his law enforcement career with the Jackson Township Police Department in 1995 as a Class 1 officer. In 1998, he was promoted and appointed to a Class 2 officer and graduated the Monmouth County Police Academy. In December of 1999, he was appointed as a full-time police officer and completed his police training in May of 2000. Lieutenant Bosley has been a longstanding member of the Traffic Safety Unit, serving as a part-time member, sergeant in charge, and the on-call supervisor from 2007 through 2024. In May of 22, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, serving in the Uniformed Services Division and continuing his work in traffic safety. From March of 2024 through March of 2025, Lieutenant Bosley was assigned to the Investigative Services Division. He currently serves as the officer in charge of the Professional Standards Unit. Since 2008, Lieutenant Bosley has served as an executive board member for PBA and SOA Local 168, holding positions as both president and vice president during his tenure. Throughout his career, Lieutenant Bosley has been awarded the Education Achievement Ribbon, the Unit Citation, and the Good Conduct Ribbon. He is supported in his career by his friends and family, and he has a passion for late model cars, especially the 1969 Chevy Chevelle. Holding his Bible tonight for being sworn in are his two lovely children, Rebecca and Jonathan.
Rebecca and John, come on up. Do
you have your oath?
Do you have a Bible?
Right hand, left hand on the Bible. Please state your name.
Richard Bosley.
And repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
and
to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
justly perform
all the duties as police captain
all the duties as police captain
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to the best of my abilities, so help me God.
Congratulations. You take a picture with your family. Captain. Lieutenant John Rodriguez.
John Rodriguez was born and raised in Staten Island, New York, until he and his family moved to Jackson Township in 1997. John graduated from Jackson Memorial High School in 1999, and he attended the College of New Jersey from 1999 until 2003, where he studied economics. In the summer of 2003, John attended the Ocean County Police Academy, where he graduated valedictorian. John continued his education and recently attained both an RN and a BSN degree, graduating with a 4.0 GPA. John proudly served the Township of Jackson as a patrolman for 9 years before achieving the position of detective. During that time, John maintained a secondary assignment to the Ocean County Regional SWAT Team from 2008 to 2011. As a detective, John specialized in sexual assault investigations and took great pride in bringing such cases to successful law enforcement conclusion. John is the recipient of the Excellent Police Duty Ribbon, the Life-Saving Award, Good Conduct Ribbon, and 4 other citations. John was promoted to sergeant in February of 22 and has served as a patrol sergeant on both the day and afternoon shifts. In 2025, he was promoted to lieutenant and oversaw the day and midnight shifts as their lieutenant. During his tenure, John has served as JPD's PBA president for 3 terms, and he has enjoyed giving back to the residents of Jackson through a variety of community events and fundraisers. Currently, John is the Superior Officers Union President. In his off-duty time, John enjoys nothing more than spending time with his 3 children, Sam, Sophia, and Valentina. John formerly volunteered as a waiter at the John Bon Jovi Soul Kitchen in Red Bank, and he was also a regular in a monthly garbage pickup on the streets of Red Bank. John has a soft spot for Corvettes, and he restores classic cars as a hobby, currently working on a 1946 Chevy pickup that's in about 1 million pieces. We invite his family to hold the Bible.
Rodriguez kids? Here they are.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. Please state your name
I, John Rodriguez,
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States and in this state,
in the United States and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
all
the duties as interim police captain
all the duties as interim police captain
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to my best of my abilities, so help me God.
according to the best of my abilities, so help me God.
Congratulations, Captain Rodriguez. Take a picture with your family. Now for-
Congratulations.
Next, we're going to move on to lieutenants. For the first oath of office, Sergeant Edward Travisano.
Sergeant Edward Travisano was born in June 15, 1983, to his parents Patricia and Anthony Travisano. He lived in Union Beach, New Jersey until the age of 3 when he finally moved to Jackson in 1988. He attended Jackson Memorial High School, graduating in 2001. Following graduation, he enrolled in Ocean County College, earning an associate's degree in social sciences in 2004. In January of 2006, he was hired by the Jackson Township Police Department. He graduated from Monmouth County Police Academy in June of 2006, where he received the academic award for achieving the highest test average in his class, a 97.14%. Upon completion of the academy, Sergeant Travisano was assigned to the Patrol Division. During his time in patrol, he completed extensive training, including driving while intoxicated standardized field sobriety testing, Crash Investigation 1, Advanced Crash Investigation, Traffic Crash Reconstruction, Investigation of Motorcycle Crashes 1, Commercial Vehicle Crash Investigation 1, and Practical Traffic Engineering for police officers. He is also a certified police radar instructor. While serving in the Patrol Division, he received the 2011 Mothers Against Drunk Driving Distinguished Service Award, and in 2011 New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety DWI Top Gun Award. In 2011 again, he was awarded the Life-Saving Ribbon for performing CPR on a 76-year-old man who suffered cardiac arrest. He received a second Life-Saving Ribbon in 2014 for rescuing a man trapped in a structure fire. He was also nominated the Officer of the Year in 2014. Sergeant Travisano remained in the Patrol Division until January of 2020, when he was reassigned to the Traffic Safety Bureau. In January of 23, he was promoted to the rank of Police Sergeant. Following his promotion, he served as the on-call traffic safety supervisor, overseeing serious crash investigations. His interests and hobbies include cars, music, movies, and cheering the New York Yankees, the New York Giants, the favorite NASCAR driver, Alex Bowman. He is supported by his mother, Patricia, his father, Anthony, his sister, Jillian, and his 3 sons, Stephen, James, and Nico. He is also supported by his aunt, Genevieve, his uncle, Leo, his cousin, Mallory, and his girlfriend, Alyssa. Holding his Bible tonight will be his son, Stephen, and his girlfriend, Alyssa.
Come on up, Stephen. Which?
Please state your name
I, Edward Travisano,
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey.
that I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established in the United States
and in this state
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform all the duties
and justly perform all the duties
as a police lieutenant
as a police lieutenant
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my abilities, so help me God.
according to the best of my abilities, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Take a picture with your family. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Congratulations. Next up is Sergeant Michael Galtz.
Sergeant Michael Gales. Born and raised in Jackson Township, he graduated from Jackson Memorial High School in 2003, and he went on to pursue a degree in criminal justice, earning a Bachelor of Science from the College of New Jersey. Sergeant Gales began his law enforcement career in August of 2007 when he was hired by the Ocean County Sheriff's Department and attended the Ocean County Police Academy. In August of 2008, he joined the Jackson Police Department. During his tenure with the Jackson Police Department, he has served on both afternoon and midnight patrol shifts. In January of 2019, Sergeant Gales was assigned to the Detective Bureau, where he investigated a wide range of crimes, including fraud, motor vehicle theft, and sexual assaults. Throughout his career, Sergeant Gales has been nominated for Police Officer of the Year in 2011 and 2014. He has attended basic SWAT school and FBI sniper school. And he has served as a member of the Ocean County Regional Sniper Team from 2012 through 2023. In February of 2022, Sergeant Gales was promoted to the rank of sergeant and assigned to the Patrol Division Bravo Afternoon Squad. Sergeant Gales currently serves as a sniper on the Jackson Special Response Team and is responsible for overseeing the department's ATV unit. He also supports the field training program as an FTO supervisor. Over the course of his career, Sergeant Gales has received numerous commendations, including a life-saving citation and multiple unit citations. Sergeant Gales is married to his wife, Katie, and together they have two daughters, Riley and Morgan, and a son, Murphy. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with his family, going to the beach, and traveling. Holding Sergeant Gales' Bible tonight will be the lovely Katie Gales, Mike's wife.
Come on up.
And two children.
Please state your name
Michael Geltz.
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties as a police lieutenant
all the duties as a police lieutenant
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to the best of my abilities, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Lieutenant.
Take a picture. Chief. Congratulations. Next up, Sergeant Stephen Salento.
Detective Sergeant Stephen Salento grew up in Jackson Township and graduated from Jackson Memorial High School in 2007. He went on to attend Ramapo College of New Jersey, earning a degree in finance in 2011. In 2013, he began his career when he was hired by the Jackson Township Police Department, and he attended the Ocean County Police Academy, class number 97. As a patrol officer, Detective Sergeant Salento served as a field training officer, a drug recognition officer expert, and an alco-test operator. He was also a member of the Traffic Safety Unit, where he investigated serious and fatal motor vehicle crashes. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2022 and initially served as a patrol supervisor before moving into his current assignment as the supervisor of the Special Enforcement Unit. Under his leadership, the unit has made numerous drug and weapon-related arrests, along with handling a variety of other investigations that he considers amongst the most rewarding of his career. Detective Sergeant Salento has received multiple commendations and awards throughout his tenure with the department. He credits his success as a supervisor to the dedicated officers and teammates he has had the privilege to lead. When he is not at work, he most enjoys spending time with his family, as well as with his extended family and friends. He is proudly supported by his wife, Erica, and their two children, Amelia and Evan, who will be holding the Bible for his swearing in.
Coming up, guys.
It's a 50-50 shot. Good?
Yeah.
Okay. Ready? Please state your name
Stephen Salento.
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly
and justly
perform all of the duties as police lieutenant
perform all the duties as police lieutenant
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my abilities, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Next up is Sergeant Andrea Falzerano. I apologize.
Sergeant Andrea Falzerano is a lifelong resident of Jackson and a graduate of Jackson Memorial High School, class of 2000. He attended Ocean County College, earning an associate's degree in business in 2003. Sergeant Falzerano began his law enforcement career in 2004 as a correctional officer with the New Jersey Department of Corrections, serving at the New Jersey State Prison in Trenton until 2008. In August of 2008, Sergeant Falzerano was hired by the Jackson Township Police Department and graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy as a member of Class 91. Throughout his tenure with the Jackson Township Police Department, Sergeant Falzerano has completed extensive training in drug and alcohol enforcement, defensive tactics, counterterrorism, and serious crash investigation. He has been awarded 2 citations, received the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Award in 2010, and was nominated for Officer of the Year in 2013. As a patrol officer, Sergeant Falzerano served as a field training officer and was a member of the On-Call Traffic Crash Investigation Unit. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2021. Over the course of his career, both as an officer and as a sergeant, he has worked all shifts. In 2025, Sergeant Falzerano was assigned to supervise the Traffic Safety Unit. Sergeant Falzerano has remained an active member of the Jackson PBA Local 168 throughout his career, holding leadership roles including trustee, treasurer, and union delegate. Sergeant Falzerano has been married to his wife Stephanie for 17 years, and together they have 3 children, Amelia, Gastino, and Tula. Holding the Bible will be his wife Stephanie.
Come on up.
Please state your name
Andrea Falzerano.
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same,
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States and in this state,
in the United States and the state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform all of the duties
and justly perform all duties
as a police lieutenant
police lieutenant,
of the Township of Jackson,
Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my abilities, so help me God.
according to best abilities, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Next up is Officer Casafio Elbaum.
Police Officer Cassie Album, badge number 283, moved to Jackson in 1999, where she was raised alongside her brother by her wonderful parents. She attended St. Aloysius School from pre-kindergarten through 6th grade, then continued on to Christa McCullough Middle School before graduating from Jackson Liberty High School in 2013. While in high school, she excelled academically, taking honors and advanced placement courses. Growing up, she was active in many sports, including soccer, lacrosse, volleyball, and taekwondo. After high school, Cassie attended Marymount University and later transferred to Stockton University, where she pursued a degree in criminal justice. In 2014, Cassie met her husband, Christopher. They married in 2019, and they have 2 amazing children together. Cassie joined the Jackson Township Police Department in August of 2015. She attended the Ocean County Police Academy as a member of the 101st Basic Class, graduating in March of 2016. After completing field training, she was assigned to the Alpha Day Shift Squad. During her career with the Jackson Township Police Department, she has continued to demonstrate her dedication to the community. She became a CPR instructor in 2017 and a physical training instructor and field training officer in 2018. She has also served as the department's domestic violence liaison from 2019 to 2022. While on patrol, she received 3 life-saving awards and was nominated Officer of the Year in 2019. When she is off duty, Cassie enjoys spending time with her family and friends. Holding the Bible tonight will be her husband, Christopher, and her 2 children, Carissa and Caden.
Come on up, guys.
Please state your name
Cassiopeia Elbow.
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States and in this state,
and to the United States and the state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform all the duties
and justly perform all my duties
as a police sergeant
as a police sergeant
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Next up is Officer Kel Mabey.
Officer Cale Mabey was born and raised in Jackson Township by his parents, Kim and Dave. He graduated from the Jackson Memorial High School in 2006. In 2008, Cale graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy, and he began his law enforcement career as a Class II officer with the Point Pleasant Beach Police Department. While at the academy, he earned the High Physical Fitness Award. He would also like to recognize his cousin, retired Detective Derek O'Neill of the Point Pleasant Beach Police Department, for his guidance and support in helping him begin his career in law enforcement. In 2011, Cale was hired by the New Jersey Department of Corrections and was assigned to the New Jersey State Prison in Trenton, where he served for more than 4 years. While attending the Corrections Academy, he once again received the High Physical Fitness Award. In 2015, Cale joined the Jackson Township Police Department. He attended the Mercer County Police Academy, where he again earned the High Physical Fitness Award. In 2016, Cale received the Life Saving Award for removing a victim from a burning vehicle. In 2020, Cale successfully tried out for and earned a position on the Ocean County SWAT team. Throughout his career with the Jackson Township Police Department, Cale has served in numerous secondary assignments, including firearm instructor, physical training instructor, police academy instructor, member of the Jackson Township Special Response Team, field training officer, sniper, active shooter instructor, and the elite bikes unit. In August of 2025, Cale was assigned to the Special Services Division, where he assists in overseeing and conducting departmental training. Cale would like to thank his wife Daniela and his children Nash and Reese for their unwavering support and sacrifices, which have made his career and this achievement possible. Holding the Bible tonight will be his wife Daniela.
Come on up.
And his 2 children.
Please state your name
Cale, maybe.
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey.
that I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and the governments established
in the United States and in this state
in the United States and this state
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
and
justly perform
perform
all of the duties as a police sergeant
all the duties as a police sergeant
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Next up is Officer James Reynolds. The third.
James Reynolds III was born on 1979 to his parents, James and Cindy Reynolds. From an early age, he demonstrated a strong commitment to service and leadership, earning the rank of Eagle Scout in August of 1997. He graduated from Jackson Memorial High School and the Ocean County Vocational School in 1998. Beginning in May of 1997, James served as a volunteer fireman with the Jackson Mills Fire Company, where he remained active until taking a leave of absence in February of 2004. During his time with the fire company, he held several leadership positions, including corresponding secretary, vice president, and president, reflecting his early dedication to service and organizational leadership. James attended Brookdale Community College, earning a degree in applied science in 2001, and he continued his emergency service training by graduating from the Monmouth County Fire Academy. In February of 2003, he became a certified New Jersey forest firefighter, further demonstrating his longstanding commitment to public safety. In December of 2003, James was hired by the Jackson Police Department, and in May of 2004, he graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy. Throughout his law enforcement career, he has consistently pursued additional responsibilities and specialized training, becoming certified in advanced impaired driving detection. Officer Reynolds became one of the first humane law enforcement officers in January of 2019, and he joined the Jackson Police Department ATV unit in December of 2021. Officer Reynolds' service has been recognized through numerous commendations, including multiple unit citations, the Good Conduct Ribbon, and the reward from the Federal Bureau of Investigations in December of 2024 for his assistance in federal investigation, and was honored as the first Blue Friday honoree on New Jersey 101.5 in January of 2016 for going above and beyond the call of duty. Outside of his professional duties, Officer Reynolds enjoys hunting, fishing, camping, and attending NASCAR races. Today, his promotion to the rank of sergeant reflects his experience, professionalism, and leadership, as well as the trust and respect he has earned from his peers and supervisors. He is supported in his achievement by his wife, Holly, and their children, Morgan, Madison, James, and Jacob. Holding the Bible for Officer Reynolds will be his lovely wife, Holly, and his two boys, James and Jacob.
Come on up, Holly.
Thank you, sir.
To see you.
State your name
I, James Reynolds III,
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform all of the duties
and justly perform all the duties
as a police sergeant
as a police sergeant
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my abilities, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Take a picture.
Chief. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Holly. Congratulations. And last promotion is Officer Edward Howe. Last but not least.
Police Officer Ed Howe graduated from the Jackson Memorial High School in 1992. He went on to attend Stockton University, where he earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree in criminal justice. After college, Police Officer Howe briefly entered the corporate world, working for a large insurance company. Officer Howe was hired by the Jackson Police Department in July of 2002. He spent his first 10 years assigned to the Patrol Division, where he served as one of the department's field training officers. In 2012, he was transferred to the Detective Bureau, where he investigated and successfully charged numerous first and second-degree crimes. In February of 2023, Officer Howe transferred back to the Patrol Division, where he remained until his promotion today. Officer Howe is an exemplary officer with a perfect disciplinary record, and he has received numerous letters of commendation. Officer Howe currently resides in Monmouth County with his wife, Jenny, and their two daughters, Sophia and Amelia. Holding the Bible will be his wife, Jenny, and his daughter, Amelia.
Come on up, guys. American Seniors. Got it well already.
Please state your name
Edward Howe.
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform all of the duties
and justly perform all the duties
as police sergeant
as police sergeant
of the Township of Jackson,
of the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Well deserved.
Congratulations. And lastly, for this part of the meeting, we have new police officer Ryan T. Higgins. Come on up, please. And I also want to... I want to call up his... You have his bio. Perfect.
Officer Higgins was born and raised in Toms River, New Jersey, and is a graduate of the Toms River High School East class of 2020. He continued his education at the Ocean County College, where he earned an associate's degree in social sciences. Officer Higgins began his career during the summer of 2024 as a Class 1 officer with the Seaside Heights Police Department. During his time, he gained valuable hands-on experience and discovered a strong passion for public service and community-based policing. Motivated to further his career, he entered the Ocean County Police Academy as a Class 2 officer for Seaside Heights. After graduating from the academy in February of 2025, Officer Higgins was assigned to the Vehicle Patrol Unit, where he spent 6 months rapidly developing his skills, professionalism, and confidence while serving the public. In October of 2025, Officer Higgins was hired by the Jackson Police Department as a Class 2 officer and has since been completing the field training program, continuing to build a solid foundation as a patrol officer. In his free time, Officer Higgins enjoys spending time with his family and his wife, playing basketball and working out. Officer Higgins would like to thank both the chief and every Jackson officer involved in his hiring process for the opportunity to proudly serve Jackson Township. Holding his Bible will be his wife, Ayana, and his father, Michael.
Come on up. Well.
Please state your name
Ryan Higgins.
and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States and in this state,
in the United States and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties as a police officer
all the duties as a police officer
for the Township of Jackson,
from the Township of Jackson,
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
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 Dad, you want to remove his special badge first? Let them do it. Officer Higgins has badge number 77 as a Class 2 police officer. We're going to remove it and have his wife pin his new badge, badge number 367.
Congratulations.
It's okay, you could just leave it. Picture. No certificate. Congratulations.
Congratulations. So, before we take a few-minute break, I want to take a moment and really thank Mayor Kuhn and Chief Nelson. Over the past, I would say about 2 weeks or so, there's been a lot of conversations about growing this department. And really, in order to grow the department, you need to make sure the leadership on top is strong, stable, and is working hard diligently for this department. And I know from all the conversations I've had with some of the captains and some of the leadership that we're in a great place. I want to take a moment and call up our other two captains, Captain Vidalis and Captain Greenberger. I think they're here to come up for a moment. We have 4 captains now in our department. I would like to take a moment and recognize our leadership in our department and just take a moment for everyone to see who our leadership in our department is, who will be working diligently with Chief Nelson to ensure that Jackson remains and continues to grow to be the safest, most amazing town possible. So captains and the 2 new captains, if you could come aside for a second and join the chief in the middle. Captain Bosley and Captain Rodriguez for a minute for a picture. I think we're missing. Oh, we got 3 out of 4. Okay. Okay, close enough. Yes, he was here, yes. So I'm going to take a moment and recognize our leadership in our department. Mayor, do you want to just join the captains for a second? Next, I'm going to ask for all lieutenants who are here in the crowd to join the captains and the chief in the front. All lieutenants within our department. Our new lieutenants are included in that also. I can't see from behind here. Jared, you're very tall. There are lieutenants, okay, they're coming. Okay. Everyone, we're going to get to you, so don't leave yet. Okay. Okay, good, Jared, you're blocking me. Perfect. No, good. Anyone else coming up? That's it? Okay. This is the next level of leadership in the department. A round of applause for our lieutenants and captains. Next, I'm going to ask for all of our new sergeants and current sergeants to join on the stage for a minute and recognize our sergeants in our department. Sergeants, please join the middle. We might have to make 2 rows in a second, but are all the sergeants up here? Can we have a round of applause? Oh, not yet, not yet, not yet. Hold a round of applause for a second, please. Yeah, they're coming, they're coming. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the leadership of our Jackson JPD. Take a round of applause for our leadership in our JPD. One more picture, the chief said. We listened to the chief. Okay, now I want to call up anyone else who is part of the JPD to please come up. Any other officers here from the JPD, please come up, join the picture. You got to get in now, young man. You're stuck. I'll say it, any of the taller officers should maybe stand in the back. Any of the shorter officers should stand in the front. Height order. Well. What do you think? Everyone, let's have a round of applause for the JPD, Jackson Police Department. I'm going to ask my council colleagues to join in a second for the picture also with the JPD. Council? So thank you everyone for coming. Feel free to stay, but we're going to take a 10-minute intermission. Congratulations, all of our new hires, and we look forward to seeing you at future meetings. 10-minute break. We're going to be starting back in 3 minutes, so feel free to stay in the building in the hallways, but we're going to be starting back the council meeting in 3 minutes. Chief, you're excused. Take all your stuff. Chief, you did great. We appreciate it. You did great. You did better, but we'd still be there otherwise. We're starting back in 1 more minute, Mayor and council members. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
I am.
Oh.
Somebody's so far away. Everybody's like all the way back there.
In 30 seconds, we're going to be starting back our meeting. Oh, there's a crowd. People are here. Freddie, good to see you. We're calling the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. The next portion of this meeting is the second public hearing of the Community Block Grant Program 2026. In accordance with the guidelines set forth, the Township is required to hold 2 public hearings for the purposes of listening ideas and applications that the community would like to see presented to the Ocean County Community Development Block Grant Program for the year 2026. This hearing will enable the Township to select prioritized applications for the Ocean County Community Block Grant Program. May I have a motion to open public comment?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
So if anyone has anything to comment, Mr. Cunliffe made the presentation by the last meeting. This is the second public hearing. Go up to one of the mics. I'm not sure if both of them are working or not. This one is working. Is anyone coming up? No, this is for the public hearing for the block grant. Okay, seeing no one come forward, could I have a motion to close?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One second, I'm just going to stop for a second. Mr. Miyabi, could you mind closing the back door for a second? Thank you. You can stay in. You're invited. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we can continue. That passed.
Thank you. Are there any comments, Council President Bernstein?
No.
Thank you. May I have a motion to authorize Resolution 79, 2026, authorizing submission of the project application by the Township of Jackson for inclusion in the Ocean County Community Development Block Program for the year 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
Yes.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item of business is the second reading and public hearing of Ordinance 2026-01, an ordinance of the Township of Jackson, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, creating Township Code, Chapter 319. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clearly for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Anyone coming forward on this ordinance?
Seeing no one
Okay, seeing no one come
forward, I motion to close public forum.
on this ordinance. Second?
On this ordinance.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-01?
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
Yes.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes, and I just really want to thank the entire council over here. This was something that came collaboratively from a couple Sunday conversations, a couple of other conversations. We hear the issues in town. We want to make sure, A, that people are following the law, and B, that we're doing the utmost making sure that our properties are being maintained correctly. So thank you. I know, Mayor, you were in touch earlier a couple months ago about this, and I thank my colleagues in council. I vote yes.
Thank you. Motion approved. The next item of business is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2026-02, an ordinance of the Township, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Jackson, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 245 of the Township Code. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clearly for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Seeing no one come forward, could I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-02?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
Yes.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
And again, this is a continuation really connected to the first ordinance that will make it our landlord registration tougher and more informative and have more information, so hopefully we have the proper context, so I vote yes.
Motion passes. The next item of business is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 2026-03, amending and supplementing Chapter 244 of the Township Code of the Township of Jackson, entitled Land Use and Development Regulation, as to amend 244-164, entitled Property Maintenance. At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clearly for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Seeing that no one's coming forward, could I have a motion to close?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-03?
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
Yes.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes, and again, I want to thank the council. This was, again, collaboratively. We made a decision last year with not having too much information, and as my colleague said last meeting, we'll admit when we made a mistake, and we wanted to fix that mistake, so I vote yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. The next item of business is the first reading and introduction of ordinance 2026-04, amending and supplementing Chapter 103, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Article 14 Schedules. Council President Bernstein, are there any comments on ordinance 2026-04?
Sure. The background to this ordinance was this ordinance, if adopted, would establish a no parking location on the south side of Lehigh Boulevard and the easterly side of Adolphe Drive. This ordinance was a condition of approval from the planning board for the applicant to make this request to the governing body.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments by the Township Council? Okay. May I have a motion to approve ordinance 2026-04 in first
So
reading?
moved.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
I'm glad to see this is being introduced. I know it's become a big quality of life issue in the area. I just hope it gets enforced for everybody. Sure. Yes.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
On this ordinance, personally, I'd like a little more clarification on exactly the need for this, how it affects the area, the neighborhood. Is this going to happen every time we approve something like this? Is this going to fundamentally change all our residential areas? I don't know, so I'm going to abstain as of now, and I'd like to get more information for a second reading.
Council Vice President Palmieri.
So, I had several residents reach out about this. I'm sorry. I've had several residents reach out about this particular ordinance. This ordinance 2026-04, the Lehigh Boulevard Street Parking Ordinance. It will provide some short-term relief. I recognize that. That said, this does not address the long-term issue. Where are the residents who actually live in the neighborhood supposed to park? A contributor to this congestion is a nearby religious institution, and while its use was approved by the planning board, it has not fulfilled its site plan conditions, which includes a 53-space parking lot. Because those conditions have not yet been completed, vehicles are now spilling onto the streets, creating congestion and safety concerns. My question is simple. How is an institution allowed to operate without a certificate of occupancy? To me, this ordinance is a Band-Aid. The real solution would be accountability. Once a site plan is approved, all conditions must be met. A certificate of occupancy must be issued before operating, not after. When the process is reversed, it creates confusion and unfairly places the burden on nearby residents. This is not acceptable, and it's not fair to the people who live in that neighborhood. I will vote yes on this ordinance because it does offer some immediate relief. But I want to be clear, this is temporary, and we need to address the root cause so residents are not left dealing with the consequences of noncompliance. Thank you.
Council President Bernstein.
Yes, and to answer, I think, some of the questions that were brought up, it's my understanding that this was an application to the planning board that was approved, that the planning board put extra conditions on that our ordinance did not require for them to make this request, which would hopefully alleviate some of the issues currently and long term. I think this is a condition that's been put on similar issues in other approvals throughout town. It's my understanding that part of the ordinance, and to reflect what Councilman Borelli said before, obviously enforcement is a huge piece, and we had a conversation this week, myself and the business administrator, pertaining, and Mayor Kuhn, pertaining to enforcement on some of the other locations in town, and DPW is waiting for the ground to get a little bit softer for appropriate signage to go up, and there has been communication with new chief and some of the top brass making sure that these ordinances are hopefully enforced. So our job as a legislative body is to create the legislation, and then it's the mayor and obviously business administrator Terefenko. So if this passes a second reading, we will be turning to Mayor Kuhn and the BA and expecting our ordinances to be enforced. Because for too long, as we've had these conversations in the past, we've created ordinances and they're not enforced. So if we're going to create an ordinance, we better see it enforced. So I vote yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. The next item is the first reading and introduction of Ordinance 2026-05, establishing Chapter 164 entitled Portable Sanitation Facilities. Council President Bernstein, are there any comments on Ordinance 2026-05?
Sure. This ordinance, if adopted, would regulate the location, standards, and duration of portable sanitary facilities within the township. It requires a permit and approval of the location of such facilities. And just to quickly explain, any property in town is going to require a permit to put a portable sanitary facility. You're not going to be allowed to put it within certain setbacks. This came from people reaching out over the years and complaining. They were taking walks down the street, and many times they're put very close to the street, very close to property lines of their neighbors. So we are encouraging everyone to please put in the backyard. There is no fee. It's a simple permit you file with the zoning officer. The duration is 60 days if it's a construction, and you have the right to renew it as long as the construction is ongoing, and you have to remove it before you get your CO from the zoning office and from the engineering. And if it is a non-construction site, you have up to 3 permits a year, no longer than 10 days, and you can't do it consecutively. There has to be a gap in between. And again, this was a constructive conversation the past couple days with most of the members of the governing body. Fine-tuning it is, nothing's perfect, but I think this is a major step in the right direction of helping to clean up our neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Are there any questions or comments by the Township Council? May I have a motion to approve ordinance 2026-05 on first reading and introduction and to authorize the notice of the public hearing?
Motion?
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
I'm going to vote no on this for now, on ordinance 2026-05. I'm not against the property owner having a temporary porta potty or a porta john if they need it for construction. I think we're all for property owner rights up here on the council. My concern and reservation is the placement of the porta johns, the aesthetics, and possible deterioration of property values in the neighborhood, and the length of time of these construction permits that the porta potties or porta johns can be used for. So I vote no.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
I'm going to vote yes to advance it, but I'd like to maybe speak about it a little bit more before second reading.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
So, portable sanitary facilities serve different purposes, and our ordinance should reflect that distinction. An active construction site may legitimately require portable sanitary facilities for longer periods of time to support workers and comply with safety and labor requirements. In those cases, longer permit durations make sense and should be allowed. However, personal or non-construction uses such as private parties, events, or temporary gatherings are fundamentally different. Those uses should remain short-term by design. For those reasons, I believe non-construction permits should be limited to no more than 10 days. And we agreed upon this, and I talked with several council members about this throughout the week. 2 renewals allowed per calendar year. This ordinance now reflects that. It was a compromise. This approach maintains flexibility where it is truly needed, while preventing temporary facilities from becoming long-term fixtures in neighborhoods. It also provides clarity for residents, fairness for property owners, and consistency for enforcement. Good policy recognizes real-world differences and sets clear, enforceable standards that protect quality of life while still being practical. So I vote yes.
Council President Bernstein?
So before I vote, I also want to just again thank, I had the opportunity of speaking to most of my colleagues on council, and this ordinance went through a couple of revisions in the past couple days. The goal of this right now, this is a non-regulated area in town, so anyone can get one and put it up for as long as they want. You can put it up for 60, 70, 80, a whole year, and there's absolutely nothing the township can do about it. And obviously a construction site is a construction site, and we understand that, but we, want to make sure when you do need it, to the best of your ability, you are doing what you could to put them out of sight and out of mind and out of smell. That's A. And then B, we also felt that a non-construction site, the uses are more limited to why it would be needed. You do not need it generally for 60 or 70 days in the summer. And that may actually symbolize other activity, which we obviously, it's not allowed here in Jackson. So I appreciate the feedback I got from council and council vice president. Thank you for helping me out on that. And thank you, Attorney McGuckin, for working on this. So I vote yes on introducing it. Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. The next item of business is the first reading and introduction of ordinance 2026-06, repealing and replacing Chapter 334 of the Township Code entitled Rent Control for Apartments and Manufactured Home Parks. Council President Bernstein, are there any comments on ordinance 2026-06?
Yes. This ordinance, if adopted, would reestablish the authority of the township to review and approve certain residential rents as the township has previously done. A new state statute establishes a statewide rent control process. However, the statute is currently the subject of litigation and may be struck down. At the same time, the new state statute prohibits municipalities from rental increases above 3.5%, but does not prohibit local regulations which do not conflict with the same. The two things that this ordinance, it's a very long ordinance. I think it's about 17 or 20 pages, and I welcome everyone to read through it. I read through it, and I was definitely confused. But the two things that this ordinance does is, first, it lowers the amount of people on a rent control board from 7 regular members to 5, and that was because we were having a problem, as many other neighboring towns, of having a quorum on the rent control board. So now it's easier to get a quorum. Secondly, this lowers the rent control to 2.5%. And this was something that was brought to my attention months and months ago by going down and meeting with some of the residents in the manufacturing homes. And again, it's currently under litigation in the state, and we have to make sure our residents are protected here in Jackson, New Jersey. And secondly, I don't think the state goes far enough, and we want to make sure all of our residents are protected. That's the background.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments by the Township Council? May I have a motion to approve Ordinance 2026-06 on first reading and introduction and to authorize the notice of the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
I want to thank Council President for working on this and getting this on the agenda. I'm definitely in support of it. We hear about this issue. It's been shared by many residents of the manufactured home parks that we have in our town, and I'm glad that local control can stay here, right here in Jackson, where it belongs. So, yes, thank you.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
I think this is a great ordinance. It keeps local control. It gives protections to our tenants and manufactured homeowners, and it's a fantastic. So that's a ecstatic yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
I just want to reiterate what some of my council members already said, and Council President, I want to thank you. I know you took initiative here. We met with our manufactured home residents several times throughout the last couple of years, and I know this is something they really want, and I think this is really good. And to echo Councilman Pollack with the local control, I think that's super important, so I vote yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Before I vote, I also do want to take a moment and thank, obviously, my colleagues here on council and the mayor, but I also want to take a moment and thank some of our local boards and volunteers. It's a big town. There's a lot of different issues that go on in town, and hearing your voices is what makes us know some of the issues that we may not see on a daily basis. And having an advocate and advocates within your community is so important. So I strongly encourage you to continue that advocacy. Advocacy from every neighborhood is so important, and it was key to getting this on the agenda at this point. There was definitely some hiccups in the past week or so, and I was happy to get a version that the attorneys and the governing body felt comfortable with, and I vote yes.
Motion passes. The next item of business is the payment authorization of bills and claims. The following abstentions are from Councilman Borelli, AET01, DEL01, NJM06, and STA28. Are there any questions or comments by the Township Council?
No, ma'am.
May I have a motion to approve the bills and claims?
Motion?
Motion.
Second.
Councilman Borelli?
Yes, with those abstentions on the bills and claims agenda.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollock?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Yes.
Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Listed for tonight's consideration are resolutions R80 through R99, 2026, listed by title. Council President Bernstein, are any of the comments on the consent agenda?
Sure. Before that, is there any resolutions that anyone wants us to take? I'm going to be highlighting a couple of them, but is there any of them that you want us to take off just to have an open council discussion? And if you do, raise your hand just so I know you want to speak. So far, just see Carlos. Yeah.
Okay. The resolution 86, 2026, for the environmental resource, I just want to know, are they committed when? When are they committed?
No questions. We're going to discuss it.
I can't ask. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm going to explain. That's on my list.
Okay, yeah, okay. And then the other one is the 88, R88, on the term limits.
Sure.
I
Fine.
have a question, but I won't ask.
Sure, you can ask it. Hopefully, we'll address your questions. Fine. So, I see a resident. Just which resolution do you want us discussing? Oh, that's going to be by the end of the meeting by open public comments. Yeah. Any other resolutions? Okay, so I want to highlight a couple of them, and then I know some of my colleagues in council may have a couple they want to highlight. So the first one I was planning on highlighting was R86. So this is a planning function, an ERI, that was not done in the previous master plan process. One of our environmental commission members, Ms. Reynolds, and chairman of the environmental commission, brought it to my attention. Ray Tremor brought it to my attention. I had a conversation immediately with Mayor Kuhn, and she immediately, this is, I think, going back to November, December time, authorized it, and obviously New Year, the holiday season, got stuck a little bit. And then I had opportunity last week in meeting with Ms. Reynolds again. Again, congratulations, Ms. Reynolds, on your husband tonight, so you heard double. And she reminded us that night, we right away followed up with the professional who was supposed to provide a quote, and we got it that night. Now, with regard to the ERI, so the ERI is going to be, I'm just going to explain the proposal that we got. It's a $20,000 proposal. It's supposed to be done over 6 months. The proposal includes, and if anyone has any follow-up questions, I don't mind sending it over to them after. It includes, we'll coordinate with the project team as described to prepare a final draft ERI. It will include narrative summaries, maps, photo charts, and graphs to detail the current environmental conditions and constraints of the township. The complete updated inventory of all available data sources will be mapped in relation to an available map base that will provide an accurate presentation of the resources presented throughout the township. In addition, the ERI will include an updated in-depth text analysis of each resource in the township. Now, as part of the proposal, there will be meetings. There are going to be a maximum of 2 community meetings discussing the ERI. Sorry, I apologize. It's going to be a total of 5 meetings. There's going to be a kickoff meeting with the project team, which I'll discuss in a second, a midpoint meeting with the project team, a final meeting with the project team. They're going to then offer to come to the planning board and present it to the planning board at a public hearing, and then if the council would like a council meeting, that's what the proposal includes. It's my understanding that it's up to to mayor and administration and to pick who's part of this team. In the short conversations I had, right now we obviously it looks like it's going to be, we're going to ask Ms. Reynolds to step up to the plate. We're going to ask our environmental chair, Mr. Tremor, if he has any recommendations from the Environmental Commission. Myself and hopefully Councilman Pollack are going to be involved with hopefully a member of administration, and that will hopefully move forward. That was pertaining to that. The second thing that is in conjunction to this is there is a resolution on here tonight, actually, again, thank you, Ms. Reynolds, for finding a grant that would actually fully pay for this, that we were back and forth today, that, we'll get to the applause soon, that would fully pay for this ERI, and it would enable, it requires various letters of recommendation. Council Vice President was reaching out to the district today to get a letter from them. The Environmental Commission had to put together I think a letter and other letters of recommendations. It would be a grant that would actually fully pay for this. And again, thank you, Ms. Reynolds. I know she was busy with our grant writers in the past 48 hours because we have a hard deadline in about a week to get this grant in. I got an email this afternoon asking for some information, and I told him to give me a day because I just wanted to get the council meetings organized and set up. Additionally, there's a resolution R93-2026 appointing a member to the Going Green Committee. I'm sorry, family Reynolds, you guys are getting mentioned a lot tonight. This is appointing Holly Reynolds to the Going Green Committee. The Going Green Committee was one of those commissions that always existed here in town, but if you actually read the ordinance, it's outdated. It requires a member of Memorial High School, a member of Liberty High School, and that's just on the basis. There's a lot of other problems with it. So we are in the process of myself and Ms. Reynolds looking into other towns' Going Greens committees and seeing if we can get something on our books either by the next meeting or in 2 meetings to revise our Going Green committee. But in the meantime, I wanted to authorize Ms. Reynolds to be able to help us out. So that was a why. And again, we are going to be looking for people to actually step up and volunteer and help the Going Green committee. This would be helping identify nonprofits and schools where we can make some of these rain gardens and some of these other things that would help our environment. So again, thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Now, with regard to 88, Carlos, your question, I'm going to give a little brief, and then I'm going to turn over the floor, I think, to, if you would like, to Councilman Pollack. This was a resolution asking the state to consider allowing term limits. The state of New Jersey, based on the research that our legal team did, does not allow for term limits. There are those who support the idea of term limits. There are those who feel you get term limited by being elected or not elected, and obviously there's different, this was something my council colleagues brought to our attention. We are calling on the state. I'm not going to say if I'm hopeful or not, just because getting the state to term limit themselves and getting elected officials is not always so easy. But I think it's creating a voice, creating a narrative that I think is important, and I'm sure my council colleague will have what to say about that. Lastly, I just want to take a moment and highlight some of the last couple resolutions. These are about 15 to 18 vehicles for our PD, and which is using capital funds left over for last year. I want to take a moment and thank Chief Nelson publicly, together with, I think it was Captain Greenberger, if I remember correctly, who literally went through many of our quotes that we had at the end of the year, got us actually a better price on some of the vehicles and make sure they were more in tune to what the leadership in the PD wanted. And this is authorizing, it's expensive, but badly needed. I called the chief today and we walked it through it, and every one of these purchases are something that she felt very strongly, but like I said, they are coming from, some of them are from 2024 budget lines, and some of them are from 2025 budget lines. And the last item that for now I want to highlight is going to be it's resolution R90, which is about $300,000 for a Verizon Vesta Motorola. And that, I spoke to the Chief Nelson last night to ask her to just explain to me what it was. And that is that allows us, we're going to be pairing up with the state to tap in and rebuild some of our fiber network. I think if I understood correctly, we do everything from within the building and inward, and I think the agencies that we're matching are going to do on the outside. This is ensuring that we are capable of handling the volume internally, and we don't and we stay in tuned, and this is something that I think most municipalities are modernizing. So again, supporting our law enforcement, ensuring that our town is safe and able to handle the calls, I think is important. And lastly, R92 is a handgun carry permit fee. This is something which multiple residents reached out to the governing body in the past couple months. We all know Jackson is a township which supports people's right to carry, and this is a resolution authorizing the possibility of reimbursing for the local fees residents who apply for weapons, for guns, and the $50 that goes to the state we obviously can't touch, but the $150 that goes to the municipality, the township wants to cover, and ensuring that people don't have to pay. And I think this is another positive resolution. Those are what I'm going to highlight, and then any of my council members want to highlight anything before we go to the voting? Your mic.
So I want to talk about R88, which is support for municipal term limits. This is kind of a project of mine, I would say, and it's only a resolution because the state, unfortunately, does not give us local control over our own government, which is obviously terrible. I'm calling for the people to be able to choose term limits through a referendum vote. It's not just your politicians sitting up here saying this is what we want, these are the terms. It's putting it to the people. And that's how people should be governed. It's what the people want, what the people deserve. And the state, unfortunately, does not allow it. But New Jersey doesn't allow municipalities and the people that choice right now. No matter how much residents want term limits, no matter how long someone holds office, right? The law blocks towns like Jackson from setting those rules ourselves. That keeps power stuck with the same politicians year after year, letting them get too comfortable, cut deals in the shadows, and drift away from serving the people who elected them. Being a politician is about public service. It's not supposed to be a career. Their job is to serve the people and move on, not to entrench themselves while corruption creeps in and working families just get ignored. This resolution supports state legislation to give us the rights we deserve as Americans. Liberty, the right to choose, the right to govern ourselves. Localized power is crucial to maintain our way of life. Let each town put term limits on the ballot so voters can decide what works for their community. No top-down orders from Trenton, just real choice for the people. And we need to fight back against entrenched government, against corruption, against politicians who become powerful and forget why they're there. I'm calling on all municipalities across New Jersey to adopt this same resolution and send a strong message to the state. We want to give the people the right to choose. Let's pile on the pressure and let's all work together. I'm going to be presenting this, contacting municipalities all across New Jersey, and I hope to put enough pressure on the state to actually do the right thing, and for once, New Jersey actually give power back to the people. So this is the start, and I thank everybody for being a part of it. And obviously, hopefully everybody's voting yes.
Anyone else from council?
Sure. Council President, I can
One
concur
second,
with... Sure.
Council Vice
Council President.
Mr. Borelli, go first.
Well, thank you. I concur with Councilman Pollack. People should be able to decide for sure. Your elected officials should be working for you, and it's definitely a good thing to be looking at to do and to offer to the residents who we work for, should be working for, and other elected officials as well who should be working for you and who do work for you. All pretty good resolutions on tonight's agenda. Particularly great to see Resolution 82, or should I turn it around? I'm getting used to that still. 2026-82 for a grant application for Jackson to the Ocean County Office of Senior Services for our active Township Senior Center, which would benefit seniors in our town and our many active adult communities. And also great to see Resolution 2026-91, which is an application to the state for our town to use at our new Township Park, Grova Park. Thank you.
Council President?
Yeah, go. Council Vice President.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to highlight a few. Resolution 86, 2026, I think this is fantastic, long overdue, completely support it. Resolution 88-2026, the term limits that my colleague just spoke about. I do support term limits because elected office should be for public service, not a career. Government works best when it benefits from fresh ideas, new perspectives, and accountability. Term limits encourage engagement from residents who may otherwise feel locked out by long entrenched incumbency. And I do support 88-2026. And then one more, just to highlight briefly, Resolution 92-2026. I support this resolution because law-abiding gun ownership is a constitutional right, not a privilege. Fees and administrative costs should never be used to price residents out of exercising their rights. We heard concerns from residents about the financial burden associated with handgun carry permit fees, and we listened. This action reflects a commitment to fairness, accessibility, and equal treatment under the law, supporting responsible, legal gun ownership while removing unnecessary barriers is the right and balanced approach. So I do support that as well. I think there's a lot of great resolutions on here, ordinances that we've been working on and passing, and I'm very happy to see that this government is working together and we're getting a lot of good things done for Jackson Township, so thank you.
Madam Clerk, anyone else? We'll go for a roll vote.
May I have a motion to authorize the consent agenda resolutions 80 through 99, 2026?
Motion.
I'd like to make a second, but I want to definitely echo everything my colleague said up here, because I totally agree. I think that's a great first move, Chris, really. And the return on the fees was wrong to begin with. Just so many good resolutions there tonight, and the way they were all explained. I definitely make the second.
Councilman Borelli?
Yes.
Councilman Bressi?
Yes.
Councilman Pollack?
Yes.
Council Vice President Palmieri?
Yes.
Council President Bernstein?
Before I vote yes, I vote yes, but I also just want to add for a second, I want to thank the clerk and her entire staff. Veronica, you're there. These resolutions come in, the various paperwork, the background, and shifting through it and helping me because it's a full-time job getting this agenda together, and especially in the beginning of the year when there's a lot of carryover from last year. So a special thank you to Ms. Martin for putting this together and working so collaboratively with our new administrator on some of the background on some of this. Before we open the floor publicly, I just want to make one notice and just want to bring one thing up. And then I think there's a resident who's going to address it publicly also. There is an upcoming fire election here in Jackson. As my colleague said earlier, I think Mr. Borelli mentioned it, but we recently had a fire here in Jackson. And as we put out a statement thanking our local fire department, our EMS, our PD, our volunteer groups, whether it's Chaver and Hatzalah, for showing up, and thankfully everyone was safe. And it's so important to support our fire departments. There's a lot of information people don't know until, God forbid, there actually is a fire. So I see one of our top brass fire department men in the back there. I know he plans on saying something at the end. I just wanted to put it out there that we support you in the governing body here. You guys do a great job. And we know that we could always count on you whenever, unfortunately, the time comes. So when we open the public comment, I look forward to hearing from you. I vote yes on everything, yes. Yes.
At this time, if any member of the public has any comments to make, please address the council at the microphone and state your name and address clearly for the record. You'll have 5 minutes to speak and may only speak once. May I have a motion to open public comment?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Before we start, it's a big room, and if anyone has trouble, I know there was a mic that Mr. Sullivan had passed in the back with with the team. It's in the back over there. If anyone wants, we could pass it out back there. If we'll cover some of the people who come up, then raise your hand if you still want to speak, and we'll hopefully get to you before the lights go out here. Mr. Sullivan, the floor is yours.
It's Joseph Sullivan, 31 Cathy Court here in Jackson. I want to thank the council for your strong statement tonight and your unanimous vote on 2026-06, which will keep local control here in Jackson over rent leveling issues and issues in the manufactured home parks. Many towns have knuckled under. They have felt pressure, they have felt intimidation, they have been threatened. And I just want everybody to think about that. When the people who own manufactured home parks feel comfortable enough to threaten powerful people who are elected officials, imagine what they do to the residents that have no power. And I want to thank you once again for your strong leadership and courage. I want to thank the mayor for her support throughout working on this and the administration. And I want to thank you all once again. Jackson truly does lead when it comes to the issue of protecting residents of manufactured housing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Good evening, everyone. Shari Williams, 4 Columbine Drive. I'm the president of the Fountainhead Homeowners Association and former president of the state, New Jersey MOA. I just want to thank you all, as Joseph did, for supporting the new limit on the rent leveling, on the increases for the manufactured home communities, especially since our Jackson communities, the majority of them are senior communities. They are unlimited incomes. And what Joseph said about the threatening, of residents. I've been the president of the Homeowners Association there for over 20 years, and I've seen it all. I've seen people being forced out of their homes, being threatened, being coerced, basically being bullied. And sadly, not a whole lot was done. The township stepped back in many situations that they shouldn't have. And I'm very optimistic that I see a very strong council in front of me now. And by the time we're done with this year, I'm sure we'll be on a first-name basis. So I'll keep it short tonight. Thank you all very much.
Thank
for
you.
your comments. Appreciate it.
Ma'am, is that mic working? Yeah.
My name is Wendy Vafidis. I live at 50 Douglas Drive in Jackson Acres community. And again, I echo the 2 previous speakers, and I'm newly implanted into Jackson, New Jersey as of 2024 in August. And we got a rent increase in 2025, and now we got another certified letter in the mail. This one was from a legal office. And the verbiage in the letter, I feel, is very intimidating, especially to people who don't understand it. And it basically, this letter, it comes from the lawyer's office, and it says, a letter to quit, it's termed, notice to quit rent increase. And it says that if you decide not to obey the the rent increase, that you have to vacate your property and turn it over to the landlord. And for elderly people, the increase, a lot of people are on fixed incomes. I myself am still working, so it wouldn't affect me, but we do have a lot of seniors in our community that are in a fixed income. A lot of people couldn't even shovel themselves out. There was no, the management had nothing to offer the people who couldn't shovel themselves out, and some people can't afford to pay somebody to do it. So a lot of people were snowed in and asking other residents to help them. So you know, with a tax increase, what do you do, why are we doing it if we're not getting anything in return? And I applaud you for taking this on and trying to make it more affordable for residents.
Sure. So I appreciate you coming, and I just want to echo for a second. You have some great advocates within your community. Some of them have already spoken. I'm sure some will speak, and some weren't able to make it or left early tonight. I can tell you that we hear from your advocates quite often, and I know Mayor Kuhn had a meeting with some of the advocates for the manufacturing home community. She actually brought down some of the, I'll call it landlords. It's not a secret they're not supportive of this ordinance. We have a great legal team, and that's why it took a little time getting this together. I'm going to recommend, after this ordinance process is done, for some of those advocates and leadership within the community to meet with our business administrator and Mayor Kuhn, making sure that some of the quality of life issues that exist in the homes. I've been down to those neighborhoods, and I've seen sometimes some things that are concerning, and making sure that open line communication, so the mayor and business administrator could communicate with code enforcement, communicate with zoning, making sure that you guys are not being taken advantage of. So we hear you, and like I said, there's an open door policy in the mayor's and the business administrator's office, and like I said, I think everyone has each other's numbers, and this is a priority for this year.
Well, thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Frank Rushka. I am a resident of Heather Ridge. I'm also the chairman of the Board of Fire Commissioners for Jackson Fire District Number 3. Before I say anything else, I want to share an important update. The 2026 fire election, including our proposed budget, takes place on Saturday, February 21st from 2 to 10 p.m. at Fire Station 55, located at 113 North New Prospect Road, the corner of Larson Road. Residents may also vote by mail as long as ballots are postmarked by February 21st. On our website, jacksonfiredist.org, you can find a mail-in ballot application as well as a QR code, which will take you to the Ocean County Clerk's website for mail-in ballot requests. The application must be postmarked 1 week prior to the election, which would be this Saturday, should you choose to vote by mail. Again, our website is jacksonfiredist.org. I'm here tonight not to tell anyone how you should vote, but to make sure you have clear information before you do. Over the last 2 years, 911 calls in our coverage area have increased by 33%. In 2025 alone, Station 55 responded to more than 1,500 fire and EMS calls. That increase is largely driven by population growth, and it shows no sign of slowing down. Right now, career coverage from our station provides 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, year-round emergency coverage. That level of service was approved last year, and maintaining it is the purpose of the proposed 2026 fire budget you will be voting on. We still have volunteers, but unfortunately their numbers have been waning, making the increased career coverage necessary. This is a nationwide trend. This is an essentials-only budget in Fire District 3. Just over 7% of the township's total tax budget is allocated to the fire district. And this proposal focuses on maintaining current service levels, not expanding them. The proposed budget includes retaining 3 career firefighters to ensure uninterrupted 24/7 coverage and improve safety margins, funding a part-time fire inspector to focus on prevention and reduce fire risks, meeting state training and safety requirements, including replacing outdated turnout gear, maintaining aging fire engines and support vehicles so they're ready when emergencies happen, an architectural evaluation to assess safe, permanent overnight sleeping quarters for firefighters who currently sleep in a conference room with 1 crew member remaining awake on fire watch. The budget also supports the planned consolidation of Fire Districts 2 and 3, which has already improved coverage during weekends, holidays, and now full 24-hour periods. If approved, the average Fire District 3 homeowner would see a tax impact of about $3.50 per month. That's barely 1 cup of coffee per month these days. This vote affects how fire protection is delivered in our community. We respect that the decision belongs to the voters. Our goal is simply to make sure residents understand what's being proposed, why it exists, and how it impacts emergency services before casting a ballot. Thank you for taking the time to listen and exercising your right to participate in the February 21st fire election, including the budget vote.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to point out three things. First of all, as I told you in the back before, unfortunately, sometimes people don't know what the fire department does until, God forbid, there's a fire. We don't want to ever come to that point. We want to be proactive and not reactive. And I had the opportunity when I first joined council in December of 23 of going around with Mayor Kuhn to a bunch of the commissioner meetings. Residents, they have meetings every month. It's a chance to understand a little bit what goes on in our fire districts. And I welcome everyone to please go down and understand the departments. They're always open to visitors. They're always open to people better understanding their operations. Lastly, the way the fire election goes is on a Saturday. It's always disappointing to see the volume of people who show up, but I think we're getting better. I think we got the state or the county to extend it to 10 o'clock for those who are Shabbos observant. So I encourage every single resident to go out and vote. No, I'm not going to tell you how to vote, but learn the issues, understand the budget, and make sure that we are protected as a town, because the last thing we could ever afford is to lose our fire protection. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your entire team service, and looking forward to voting on Saturday. Council Vice President?
Thank you, everyone, for your time.
I think
If
Council
I
Vice...
can, I would just like to thank you and every single one of our firefighters. While we all run out of burning buildings, you're running in. And I want to let you know I completely support you in our fire districts, and I want to say thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Anyone else?
I think you mentioned the issue with volunteers.
Yes.
How can we help? I think that's the thing we need to start working together and figure out how we can help you.
The biggest problem for the volunteers is because of the demographic change in town. Most of the people who are younger who would volunteer can't afford to live in town anymore. So there's been pretty much a mass exodus. We just, Fire District 2, Station 57, that's the Whitesville Fire Company. Effective January 1st, they no longer have any volunteers out of that firehouse. The firehouse is still being used. It's owned by Fire District number 2. Career staff is there, but they have no more volunteer company. Fire stations 55, 56, and 54 still have volunteer and career staff. As far as what we can do to help, anyone who thinks they might be willing to volunteer, go on the Fire District website. Fire District 2 and 4 should be Jackson Fire Dist, the number 2 or 4.org. I'm sure you're more than welcome to go down on their drill nights. Anyone who's interested, they'd be happy to hand them an application as far as joining to become a volunteer firefighter. It is one way to give back to your community if you're able. I was 58 years old when I went through the fire academy. The last year that I worked, I was lucky enough to retire early. I joined in 2019, graduated January of 2020, and have been involved as far as being a volunteer and a fire commissioner. So it's been rewarding, but it is tough at times.
Yeah, maybe we can work together and figure out some type of campaign to help drum up awareness, get people more involved, and hopefully get more volunteers. I think that's something we can definitely do.
That would be wonderful if we can get something like that to work for all the fire stations, because
Yes, sir.
The taxpayer gets a big bonus. Volunteer firefighters are not paid. Career firefighters are. Now, our career firefighters, if they're on duty, which ours are in District 3 now 24 hours a day, the response times have decreased drastically, and the sooner you get there, if it's actually on fire, the sooner you put it out, the less severe things get. When you're fully a volunteer department, not that anyone in town is anymore, but if it's just fully volunteer, well, the alarm goes off, you got to get up out of bed, you're looking at maybe 5 to 10 minutes before someone actually gets to the fire station to get on the apparatus. With the career folks, they're at the station. So even if they are asleep, they're up, they're on the apparatus and out the door. And then the volunteers who do respond, they're just bringing extra help, extra bodies, extra equipment, and it works well. So if we could get more volunteers, that would definitely help, especially with the budgets.
Council President?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Thank you for what you and your fellow firefighters do for our town. Is there a way maybe we can advertise for volunteers on our social media page for the township?
Sure. So, Mayor and Mr. Terafenko, could we? Mayor?
Yeah, we've worked on this before, so we've had this conversation. I've been involved with trying to get volunteer firefighters to our town for probably the last 2 years. It's hard. A lot of people, unfortunately, it's not just Jackson Township. It's all around that you don't have many volunteers. So we absolutely, we've been in many conversations regarding your budget, regarding everything. You've been to my office. We've had conversations. So it's definitely something that Jackson is definitely trying to do, but it's not a Jackson Township problem. It's all over.
It's a nationwide problem. And actually, when I had joined back in 2019 at Station 55, we had roughly 50 volunteer members. We are now down to between 15 and 20 volunteer members.
Yes.
And out of that group, we do have 4 people in the fire academy right now. But out of that group, you get a handful of people, maybe you get five or 6 people, depending on what's going on the volunteer side, to come help when there's a fire. So it's affecting everything and everyone.
So Councilman, I'll be in touch with the mayor tomorrow about getting something out there. And I know you guys in the past have put street signs, but I think like Councilman Pollack said, we got to do more. We got to make as much noise as possible, and hopefully we get some bites out of the apple.
The more, the better.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Greg Greenberg. I'm an attorney with Laurie C. Greenberg & Associates. We represent the manufactured housing communities in Jackson. I'm here to object to moving forward with this ordinance and as it applies to manufactured housing communities. New Jersey enacted, as you guys know, New Jersey enacted a statewide rent control law governing manufactured housing in July with an operative date of March 1st. The law establishes a 3.5% cap, provides tenant protections, and places enforcement with the Department of Community Affairs, not municipalities. That timeline required community owners to take the necessary steps to ensure compliance with the state law by March 1st. Given that framework, the local rent control ordinance and board have become obsolete as applied to manufactured housing and should be deferred to the state. Doing so would reduce administrative costs for the township while preserving tenant protections and ensuring tenants continue to have a meaningful voice through this government body. Despite this, the proposed ordinance attempts to impose a more restrictive 2.5% local cap. There's no factual or economic basis for that number. It is below inflation and guarantees permanent rent erosion, which directly impacts maintenance, reinvestment, and housing quality. There are also serious concerns about the process. Joseph Sullivan, the chair of Jackson Rent Control Board, was involved in the development of statewide manufactured housing rent control law and also is the head of the statewide tenants association. At the same time, the ordinance appears designed to retain local control with stricter limits than the state requires. And Mr. Sullivan's brother also sits on the rent control board. At a minimum, that overlap raises questions about whether this ordinance is necessary or appropriate. The ordinance further singles out manufactured housing for harsher treatment than apartments without any rational justification and includes extreme penalties, including the loss of vacancy decontrol for 5 years without meaningful appeal rights. So the statewide law already protects tenants. It provides oversight. Many municipalities are stepping back and allowing the state to administer these matters. That approach reduces costs, streamlines governance, and maintains appropriate tenant protections. Jackson should do the same. For those reasons, I urge the township not to move forward with this ordinance as written. Thank you for your time. And we made summaries of the state statute that we put through ChatGPT to break down on what it says, and I have copies of those if you would like to have them.
So, Council, I'm going to respectfully ask my colleagues, being that it's an attorney who seems to be putting us on notice, to defer to our legal counsel on this matter, so we don't, yes.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Council President. We've received communication from council's firm outlining their concerns with the ordinance. There'll be a public hearing on the ordinance in 2 weeks. Council will then make their decision and as to whether the ordinance goes forward. Assuming it does, or it's changed or whatever, you'll have the opportunity to comment on it. And if it's passed, you'll have an opportunity to take whatever action you deem necessary. And we'll know that in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And to the residents here, they should know that we are in constant communication with our legal team, and we will continue doing what's in the best interest of Jackson residents within the confines of the law.
Good evening. Preet Pals, 5 Solomon Court in Jackson. A couple of meetings ago, an individual brought up the idea of getting a dispensary, marijuana dispensary located in town. If I recall correctly, Mr. Bernstein, you had said as long as you're president, that would not even be considered to be brought up. Do I recall correctly?
So if I remember correctly, my line was that it would not be something that I would support as long as I'm president, correct?
Okay, that's what you said. Yeah. What's the reasoning? Can you help me understand why you would take such a position?
Do you have any other questions? It's not a question, comment. You have 5 minutes, ask all your questions, and I'll respond.
Well, in order to engage, if you answer me, this is part of our
it's not how public comment works.
Okay, fine by me.
Yeah.
So, alcohol, marijuana, and nicotine are all scientifically and medically classified as drugs. Nicotine is the most addictive drug. Some experts in research, they say that kicking the nicotine habit is as hard as kicking heroin. So my point here is we already have dispensaries in town. Any business selling alcohol or nicotine is a drug dispensary. Outright cold. Now, Mr. Pollack had said, why not find out what the people want and deserve? And it's the right to choose. So seeing that in New Jersey in 2024, the legal cannabis market was in excess of $1 billion. $1 billion. If we have a dispensary here in town, you could put a 2% local transfer tax onto that. We would get revenue. Right now you have liquor stores and bars that are paying a fee for their license once a year and also any property taxes. That's the only recurring revenue that you're getting from them. One dispensary could provide as much of the revenue as multiple liquor stores or bars. So I would say, let's let the people choose. Put it up there and see. It's legal. You've been selling drugs in town for years. Because whether or not you agree with marijuana, it's legal. The state has legalized it 3 years ago. And why can't someone who would rather smoke marijuana go to a place in town rather than going to you got to go to Lakehurst or Freehold? And the functional similarities between liquor stores and their dispensaries are they're the same. You have age-gated access, IDs 21 years old. The materials are heavily regulated from the still to the store or from the seed to the store. And you also have professional guidance. Hey, I'm having salmon tonight. Red wine, white wine. The professional at the store can help you. At the dispensary, hey, this does this, this does that. So I don't know why we wouldn't consider getting as many as we can in town, recurring revenue, legal, and you're already selling drugs in town. And if you're worried about kids getting to them, they're going to get there anyway. They can go over to Lakehurst. And I don't know for a fact, but I was told that gas stations in town have vending machines where you can actually, if this is true, you guys got to call the state tomorrow, get them down here and shut that stuff down, because the only place you can buy it is at a regulated dispensary. And if we don't consider it seriously, I don't know why we're turning our backs on a great source of revenue for a legal substance which is less harmful than alcohol and nicotine. Kicking nicotine hard as kicking heroin. Let's go down to ShopRite and buy a pack of cigarettes. Thank you. Oh, wait, one last thing. I got a minute. I'm so dry. I would like to get some reassurance from someone up there that next time it snows and I implement Mayor Kuhn's suggestions of clearing the streets in order to make my life easier, what guarantees, what are you guys, I've emailed you, what has been done? Have you talked to DPW? Are there SOPs? Are they screening people to see if they're qualified, if they know what they're doing? because following your instructions, they came down the street the wrong way and they screwed me over royally. So I'll write another email. Please find out what it is, because I'd like to hear from you what steps have been taken to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
Sure.
See, I read in the paper the great story. Apparently there's no politicians or people living around me because the streets were not cleared in the manner that was represented in this newspaper. Thanks very much.
So thank you. I'm just going to respond quickly.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
So I'm just going to respond quickly that I don't believe everything in life has to be about a profit, and there's a lot of activities out there that can make a lot of money. It doesn't mean that it's right for the quality of life, for the type of lifestyle that we live here in Jackson, and I strongly, you will never have me voting on allowing legal cannabis here in Jackson.
Well, you're not the only one that's voting because it's not Bernstein Town. And
it's not a question and answer. I'm just giving my response back. Additionally, with regard to the DPW, I think I was copied on an email, and I think Mr. Belinsky from DPW did respond to you, but we will. I'll follow up with the business administrator tomorrow. Mr. Terafenko, if you could take note of that and follow up with Mr. Belinsky. Mr. Council Vice President, I think you had something to say.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So, alcohol and cigarettes being legal that predates all of us here, right? That's been legal before this council, this mayor got into office, and we didn't have much say in all that. What I can tell you that what data does show, since marijuana has been legalized in the state of New Jersey the last 3 years, the cases of minors using marijuana has also risen, and there have been more cases in schools, even middle schools, with cases of marijuana usage that has risen. So Jackson is a family community. So I do not feel comfortable putting in dispensaries, because when you make things easier to obtain, you're going to have it abused. So I am not for legalizing dispensaries here in Jackson Township. I respect your opinion. You're allowed it, but that is not something I would
you got to be 21 to get in.
It's not.
It's the same as a liquor store.
Anyone else in council?
So that Billy can drink beer and I can't smoke a
Okay.
joint.
Anyone else? Next resident. Thank you.
Please. That's it?
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Walker. I'm 76. I live at 76 Antonia Drive. I'm in the Oak Tree community. I want to thank you, Mayor and Council. We really do need you fighting for us. Our Constitution says we the people, and we the people are looking forward to the 2026-6 being approved. I believe the state law says under 3.5, and most of the community is on a fixed income, as you heard earlier, and many of us have to work because we can't afford where we're at if we don't. So coming to our defense and helping us, we so thank you. We had a larger group here today for Oak Tree, but it's an older population, and unfortunately many of them left, so I'm speaking for us. But thank you so, so much.
So thank you for coming, and we urge everyone to come up at the next council meeting and make your voices heard.
And what date is that now?
Madam Clerk, when's the next council meeting? Let me just pull up my calendar. I think it's the 24th. It's in 2 Tuesdays. The 24th of February.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Thank you for coming, and tell your neighbors thank you also. I know they had to leave early. We appreciate it. Mr. Edelman.
Evening, everyone. Donnie Edelman, Willow Point Drive. I just want to let you know, because of the things that have transpired between me and my ex and her father, due to influences with your Jackson Police Department, I'm no longer able to go to the Jackson Dog Park, which I love so much. Your officers are exceeding judicial orders, and they're basically going above and beyond what restraining orders say, telling me that I can't go to the park because, well, Daddy wants to make his daughter happy. Also, because of everything that's gone on, there was a sexual assault involving a police officer, which I'm now unfortunately involved with. These guys, not all of them, I understand, please, when I say this, don't think that I'm talking about every Jackson police officer, or even most of them, but they are doing favors for friends, and maybe, you don't have to believe me, but when you get them in a dark room, whatever it may be, ask the good ones to maybe step up, do the right thing, because some of them know what's going on. They're clearly warning me. I know some of you saw an email that went out because I was having problems getting internal affairs help. And, well, like I said, for the one guy that I thought was going to cause me the greatest harm to warn me the way he did has me very, very concerned. And I'm just going to pick up kind of where I left off last time with some of these messages because, well, I still don't feel safe.
To the cops, let him try to go get a restraining order against me. Let him do what he's got to do. Let him go for it. The fucking party's officially on. He leaves my daughter alone and my family alone, or he ain't gonna know what the fuck's coming.
Also, I am happy that, well, most of the kids left.
Just to
All
understand
the kids
because
left.
of my relationship. I mean, even a guy like Heine can't get involved.
Mo Heineman, your
to defend
police pastor.
that other guy, because he's the chaplain, and if he knows that he's hanging out, that you're hanging out with him, he's like, what the hell? It's all over. People are calling me. They know what happened. That my daughter Abigail is hanging out with some maniac. Abigail, it's not good. It's not good.
Kind of hard when one of your sergeants, when he hears this, goes and accesses my entire government file off of his database with one of the other sergeants who was the watch commander that day and transmits it to him.
I will not discuss this guy. Abigail, I am not, or have anything to do with this Edelman guy. I'm not letting him ruin my relationships. I'm not letting him do anything. I will not discuss the guy's name again. The information I got is the information I got, and I'm not telling you who said it. I'm not letting him go after somebody. This is not a shitstorm. I'm your father. You got in trouble today. I want to help you. If you could just, if you make it that if I don't tell you about Edelman and consider this pot stirrer to do more and more and ruin the relationships that I worked on because I'm a regular citizen and you're also a regular citizen and you're involved with somebody who's not a regular citizen.
I'm special, apparently.
I'm not doing that. You make the choice now, as of today, if you want this to be about Edelman and about all that stuff, or you want it to be a Farco fight. And I got a big project coming up in Jackson.
Because he's a builder.
This guy now fighting me. After I go find mortgages, go find money, go do everything, have a loser, a drug addict loser coming in and fighting at the board, so it costs me more with my attorney and more with all the stuff. I got a project now that I got to worry about. Now, I understand you don't need my money.
There's a lot more, and there's more to come, but I think anybody on that dais will certainly agree that I am not anti-Jew in any way, shape, or form, number one. And number two, just like some of your favorite presidents says, drill, baby, drill, I say build, baby, build. So I just think it's rather disgusting because this man does, in fact, does quite a lot of business in Jackson. And what he says, which I'm going to bring up the next meeting, what he says about poor people in Section 8 housing, because that's what he refers to all affordable housing as, a Section 8 housing, is the type of person who should not be conducting business in Jackson. He is a pox on the community, and, well, he doesn't feel so great about anybody who's not a millionaire and not connected to the Jackson Police Department or politicians or everyone else under the sun. Have a good night, everyone.
All right.
Appointed Mayor Jennifer L. Kuhn, CEO of JLK, team leader of JLK Sales Group, head instructor of the Next Level Real Estate School, and the daughter of a licensed professional land surveyor for Jackson Township, James J. Kuhn, working under Professional Design Services, LLC, headquartered in Lakewood, NJ, and council. Mortimer Wortman, lifelong Jackson resident, former class president of this school, currently enrolled Rutgers senior, and my best friend is still missing. I made a promise to Mortimer's family that I would do everything in my power to find Mortimer Wortman and to bring him home. You all made a promise to them as well, an oath to Mortimer Wortman and his family, and to every resident in Jackson, and to God. You swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America and to perform all of your duties faithfully, impartially, and justly. I'd like to remind you of what that exactly means first by referencing the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or press, the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. It is the freedoms that are ordained and established by the people of the United States of America that ensure me my right to be here speaking with you today. I'd also like to remind you all of the Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation. This township has demonstrated a blatant lack of respect towards the rights of its residents on multiple occasions. Most of these instances I'm referring to, which I will refrain from detailing, have no direct relation to the reason I'm speaking to you today for the third time since Mortimer Wortman's disappearance. Unfortunately, it's become unmistakably apparent to the vast majority of the residents of Jackson that this municipality and the Jackson Police Department have consistently failed to uphold their oaths and failed to provide Mortimer Wortman's family the ability to depend on anyone besides Mortimer Wortman's own loving family and community. I will not ask you to tell the police what to do, because I know they won't do it. Regardless, we have been let down enough times in the past 82 days to be sure of that. What I will ask from every single council member, as well as Mayor Kuhn, is for an apology. Mortimer Wortman's mother and father, family and friends have been doing everything that they can to find Mortimer, and all of you haven't. With an exception for Chris Pollock, would each of you now care to apologize to your residents for what you have failed to do? That being the faithful, impartial, and just performance of all of your duties, of which you swore to Mortimer Wortman, his family, and all of Jackson residents that you would uphold. Thank you.
Legal counsel?
The township mayor and governing body have done what they are legally permitted to do. We are not privy to the investigation as to what's being done. That is not their role. They have no authority to interfere in that role, any more than they do in Arizona, where a grandmother is missing. This township directed me to send correspondence to the Ocean County prosecutor, who was here earlier tonight. If you had been here, I don't know if you were here, did you have an opportunity to speak to him or to address him?
I'm waiting for the apologies to start.
Apologies for what, sir? The mayor and council are legislative body and the executive body of the Township of Jackson. Well, I'm sorry. The mayor and council have limited authority in this. You're well aware of that. We've told you where the authority rests between the police department and their boss, the Ocean County prosecutor, and his boss, the Attorney General of the state of New Jersey. Mayor and council do not have any control over how they conduct an investigation.
Okay, like I said, I know they're not going to do anything, like they haven't been. I asked for an apology from you individuals. So, is that going to begin? Is that going to happen?
Well, you can ask for an apology, but they've done nothing wrong. So why would they apologize for something they have not done wrong? So no, the answer is, unless council wants to apologize themselves, that's up to them. But I can tell you from a matter of legal perspective, they've done what they are required to do and beyond what they're required to do, and in fact have taken great interest in trying to determine if Mr. Wortman can be located. But the people who have that authority are the Jackson Police Department, the Ocean County Prosecutor, and the Attorney General for the state of New Jersey, not the council and not the mayor of Jackson Township.
Is any of the rest of the council members, including Mayor Kuhn, going to speak on this matter?
I don't have anything to add at this point. Thank you.
Well, I'll see you at the next council meeting.
Adam, I see you waiting for a while. Adam, the floor is yours.
Appreciate that. My name's Adam Mighty. I live in Jackson. I am on the Environmental Commission, but I just want to speak as a resident tonight. Mayor Kuhn, Mr. Bernstein, the entire council, the last time I spoke, I expressed my utmost disappointment in you guys, appropriately given the circumstances. However, I just want to make a comment and give credit when credit's due. I'm pretty proud of the environmental resource inventory resolution that's going to be motioned forward. I want to give a special shout out to Holly, the entire Environmental Commission working behind the scenes, all volunteers. It's pretty historic for Jackson. We're going to get a nice archive of our wetlands, our pinelands, our wildlife inventory, and more importantly, for our entire town, this resource inventory will be really good for future land use plannings and making sound decisions in the future. So I know I'm hard on you guys, but when credit is there, I will give it. I also want to give a quick shout out to Ray Tremor III. He's the chair of our Environmental Commission. He doesn't really get a lot of credit but you know, I wouldn't be so vocal, or Holly wouldn't be so vocal if we didn't have someone like that standing up for us and rooting for us. So would like to give him some credit too. And I think the ERI happened less than 2 months. I think that's a testament to how quickly things can get done when you guys want to get things done. So I look forward to keep on working with all of you guys. I favor nobody, just favor the trees and the water. So if you guys need help, reach out, please. Thank you.
So thank you, Adam. I just want to take a moment also. You must have read my mind. I was going to actually, as you were speaking, I was going to give a shout out to Ray Tremor III also. Ray's a great advocate, and he's a great way. I know myself and the mayor have had multiple meetings with him in person, making sure, and we talked about a budget, and we talked about support. And between Ray and Holly, we appreciate them, and we appreciate you also, you know. But Ray and Holly are doing a great job, and we appreciate the team. And I think when all the factions of government work together, we can get so much more done. So we appreciate it. We're not going to agree on every issue, and that's fine. But we know that we all care about Jackson, and we all want to see what's in the best interest of Jackson. So thank you.
True. Thank you.
I just want to say, Adam, thank you, Holly, Ray, the Environmental Commission. If it wasn't for people like you, the environment would get steamrolled. We need people to speak up, to fight back, and you know, even if the council don't agree with you on things, your voice needs to be heard. Without people like you fighting, speaking up, coming here with information, coming here with experience, fighting for the environment, we won't have much left. Thank you.
And I think equally as important is reception. So thank you, Mr. Pollack. I appreciate that.
And Adam, I just want to say one more thing. I think you were one of Mayor Q's first appointments, so we appreciate it, and we appreciate it.
I actually appointed all 3 of them.
What?
They were my first 3 appointments. I appointed all 3 of them.
Okay, so
Thank
keep
you
up the good work.
for letting us give you a hard time in the fight for truth.
You're doing your job. Thank you. Next.
Dan Pekarchik, Jackson, New Jersey. If we want to do something for the fire department, can we get the fire hydrants dug out?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
If we want to do something to help the fire department, can we enforce the ordinance to have fire hydrants dug out? You ride through the town, there's a lot of them. That's going to cause a delay if there's a fire in a neighborhood. Also, maybe we should go back to the state and ask that fire elections be done in November.
Sure.
Like we changed the Board of Education. Even if we have to put a cap on how much they can raise their budget.
So,
you know, to make it in November, where you get a lot more people thinking about it and coming to the polls to vote. My last thing is, with all the snow on the roads and whatnot, is there any way we can get in touch with FedEx, Big Brown, and what's the other one?
USPS.
Amazon, and let them know that maybe they should pull into a driveway when they're making a delivery? There's roads when they park on a curb. You can't even see if traffic is coming from the other direction. You have to sit there on the road while they make their delivery. I'm not against commerce, but I am for public safety.
Sure. So I just want to answer your questions, the part that I could answer. So first of all, with regard to fire hydrants, Ray Tremor, I guess the second, Ray Tremor III's dad, met with myself and the business administrator and the mayor earlier this week. We actually were having a conversation about fire hydrants, making sure we understood it. There's obviously communication that we're going to be having with the MUA in the near future also about making sure we're all on the same page with responsibility with residents, and we are going to be in touch with DPW. So that's an ongoing conversation. You're 100% right. They need to be taken care of. So if God forbid there's a fire, we have access to it. With regard to your second question about, I'm sorry, remind me.
Fire elections.
Fire elections. So it's my understanding that in order for fire elections to happen in November, all of our 4 districts would need to consolidate into one. Currently, District 1, 2, and 3 have basically consolidated. Again, I'm not here to publicly say it's consolidation or not consolidation, but it's my understanding as long as we remain separate districts with different voting districts, they have to legally remain on. And again, I'll further research that, just making sure what I'm saying is correct. But that's my understanding based on the research I've done. But I will get back to you. And then the last thing, I'm not a lawyer. I don't work for Amazon, but I think to pull into private property, there could be liability issues that some of these companies could possibly have. But I would ask Mr. Tarafanko to see if we have a way of contacting any of these agencies and any of these outside businesses and having those conversations, at least to see what their thought process is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Have a good evening.
Before Carlos gets up, could we just have a raise of hands of anyone who plans on still speaking, just so we have a general idea of how many more? I see 1, 2, fine. Fine.
I will be fast. I promised.
Yeah.
But things came up, so I wanted to mention it. On the environment, so actually Assemblyman Suziski was here today, and I thanked them for the fact that he's going to be meeting with our Environmental Commission. I think you guys have a meeting set up with them, which is great. And one thing I learned I didn't know, he started his career, he volunteered for the Environmental Commission. That was one of the things he was working on. And then he went into zoning and then whatever, skyrocketed into everything he's doing now. So I do want to thank our Environmental Commission for that and to keep it on board. Okay, my last thing was on the volunteers for fire. I guess I would challenge you guys. What can we do other than advertising? Fine. What can we do to make it more attractive for our volunteers, for people to want to volunteer? For example, is it possible to say, hey, if you volunteer for the fire, all these permit fees that people have to get, you're waived. You don't have to get those permit fees. Maybe we lower their property taxes if they can't afford to be here. Something. Give them something so that it's more attractive for them to want to volunteer. I challenge you to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to the first part of your question. There is currently an ordinance, is my understanding, if you are a volunteer, I think EMS, I think fire department's included in that, a recognized organization that volunteers and serves our town, you do have a smaller fee for permits. I know our EMS, I know our firefighters have taken advantage of that. With regard to lowering the property taxes, I'll turn to Attorney McCucken on that one.
Unfortunately, state constitution says that you cannot do that type of waiver for that purpose. Veterans have certain property tax benefits, but there is no other way to do it for property taxes.
Okay. Yeah, those were just two
Yeah,
ideas that came
but the short answer is with the permits, that does exist, but we could definitely look into the see if there's any areas of making it easier.
The bigger picture is put all your brains together. Can we come up with something that's legal?
Sure.
To
Thank
make
you.
it more attractive to them.
Next, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and people sitting on the table. I don't know what to call you anymore because I've seen so much violations of our constitutional rights, especially with Mayor
One second. Madam, what's your name for the record?
Sandra Wambachano. Okay. On behalf of We Strive for a Place to Ride, I'm an advocate for the people.
Sure.
Okay. First of all, I would like to ask all of you, do you know your constitutional rights?
It's not a Q&A, so it's, you know,
All right,
it's your
well,
minute.
I need to know because you guys seem to just want to put in whatever orders you want to do. And you've forgotten that I told you in December that I was auditing you, okay? And I don't know if you took me serious or not. There's a lot of violations being done by all of you, except for Councilman Pollock right now, because he just got in. And I'm gonna say my findings so far for the past 7 years, okay? Because that's what I'm allowed to audit you on. The year 22, $700,000 settlement. Year 22, again in June, $195,000 settlement. 2023, $575,000 settlement. 2024, $350,000 settlement. 2024 March, 1.2 million settlement. July 2024, 150 quiet settlement. 2024 pending litigation. Well, we already found out the chief of police was $2 million they gave him while he violated a lot of people's rights. And you guys contracted him to do so. Or you're acting ignorant, and being ignorant is not an excuse, okay? January 2025, there was a reverse township lost the land swap, okay? June of 2025, school funding, school district, there is a pending $22.4 million lawsuit against the township. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
That's wrong.
July 2025, $950,000 settlement. And there's more to come. Mayor, I have to ask you because I saw you on YouTube. Do you know what the supremacy clause is? Okay, you can't answer me right now, no problem. Look it up. Article 6, Clause 2, or the lawyer who's sitting right there, he can tell you. There's a supremacy law clause for the land, and it's the Constitution. Okay, nothing supersedes the Constitution. Everything you're adding right now is against our constitutional rights, especially if everybody's telling you they don't like what you're doing. You guys are ignoring us, with the exception right now, Councilman Polly, because he's new. He's new, okay? That's it, that's why I'm saying that. So before my time is ticking, 42 USC, subsection 1983, look it up. 18 USC, subsection 242, and 18 USC 241. Excuse me, it's not subsection, 242 and 241. Okay, you guys are risking it. Are you guys bonded? Do you have your insurance up to date? Because I've requested it. I hope everything comes, on point. Just like if I was driving, okay, I would get in trouble if my license isn't on point. You know what you guys do. You know what you hire the police to do. I hope you guys stop doing what you're doing to all of us, because I'm a hell of an advocate. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Jim Slockia, Jackson Township. A couple of comments regarding the fire hydrants. As a son of a volunteer firefighter for a long time in this town, I was trained early on in life that if you live by a fire hydrant, when it snows, you clear it. My problem is, I went out and I cleared it, and maybe a half hour later, a plow came down the street and just put it right back to where worse than it was to begin with. So we have to take that into account when we're plowing and doing things like that. As far as the portable sanitary ordinance, I talked about it with the mayor way back. I brought it up. My only comments there is, one of the things I'd like to see is that if they're putting them in anywhere in the yard when they are not there working on the house, that there is a fence around it so that no one else can be using it. I can tell you I had one directly across the street from me, sat in the driveway. It became a toy for the kids to see how many of the kids can fit in it at one time. We don't want that. So, that being said, Jackson Township works under the Faulkner Act. And under the Faulkner Act, the council's role is to pass ordinances, approve budgets, provide oversight, and set policy. They do not execute or perform municipal operations. With that said, and the transparency that you guys say at every meeting, you're going to be transparent. Is there anything that this council wants to address from a transparency standpoint? And I'll leave it at that.
How you doing? I'm not going to give my name. I've been a resident of Jackson for 37 years. I'd like to thank you for R92. I think that's a very good thing to do. It's a right to carry. It's a right to defend yourself, not a privilege. People confuse them two words, but thank you. I appreciate that. 99, number 99. Has anybody done the research? GM has a big engine problem. They have engines that are blown up. I don't know if these engines are in that vehicle. It is something that should be researched before you purchase them. I don't want to be stuck with a truck that blows up, and then you gotta spend another $10,000, $15,000 for an engine. That's the second thing. Is there any way to find out what the legal cost was for this $2 million settlement? How much did our legal team, how much did we pay? It's gotta be a lot of money. I'd like to know what that is over the $2 million. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deb Jones, Jackson. I really just am coming before you guys, not in judgment. It's beyond my realm, but you had a young man come up and just ask for an apology. And not all apologies are an admission of guilt. Sometimes we need to forget about the law and think about the human factor. If any of us put ourselves in the position of the family and close friends, we'd be devastated. I don't know how anyone it makes it through any day knowing that their child is somewhere. They don't know where. But I think it would have went a long way as the government to say, we're sorry. Even if you're not saying we're sorry for something we didn't do, how about if we just apologize that our reach isn't far enough to be able to help them? But just show empathy, humanity. There's a family devastated. I don't understand why everything has to come down to, well, we don't want to say sorry because then it's an admission of guilt. We're human. It's very sad that we can't just show the family kindness and empathy. And on the other end of it, as a community, I see you guys doing a lot of things with different groups, different committees. Maybe we can work on a committee to get behind the family and help, whether we put together as townspeople areas to search, something we can do. Even if you just call on people to maybe supply meals for the family when they're out looking. But there's got to be something we can do as residents, and you guys are leading it. We're all talking about humanity. How about we stop fighting and we start coming together for this family? It's sad.
Thank you.
Brian Flatley. I just want to kind of piggyback off what she said. I had absolutely no intention of speaking here tonight, but I've got to tell you, that statement from the attorney was the biggest lack of leadership I've ever heard. We just saw Mayor Kuhn swear in our law enforcement, but somehow she doesn't have the jurisdiction over to hold them accountable, to find an investigation to find that poor kid. She did. It was a terrible, terrible lack of leadership. That statement was a lack of leadership. It truly was, and you should be ashamed of yourself for saying it. You really should.
I'm just going to comment real quick. You know, I'm kind of on both sides of the fence when it comes to this. I think the government here is starting to do something. And, you know, like I said, when we first started talking about this, I think we should have done more. I know the police have worked on this. You know, I don't, you know, depending on the case, and if you're following it, you know, it doesn't look good. There's a lot of uncomfortable things around it. But, you know, Deb, you make a good point. I don't know why we can't just speak and be normal and be human. Everybody feels like they got to cover their ass. You know, that's why I'm a different person up here, and I refuse to be like that. And I think they're trying in certain ways. But this is government, and government sucks. Let's be real. It is what it is. You know, you have my support. We're going to keep, you know, talking about it, working on it. And, you know, you will see they are taking action. They are working on things. They are donating. They are getting involved at events. It's just nobody likes to feel actual accountability for anything. And, you know, I admitted it first. I felt it. It hurt me. I was like, wow, you know, I have this position. And maybe I didn't understand I have actual, like, we sit up here, we actually have power. It's weird to me because I never wanted it. I still don't understand it. It's strange. I don't want this, but I feel like I have to do it. When you realize you have a little bit of power, you have some influence, you should use it to do good, to speak up and to help others. And that should always be the focus. And when I realized I didn't speak up enough about Mortimer and what happened and get more involved, I realized I did not do enough. And I was sorry for that. And, you know, I think maybe they don't understand it the way you're saying it, but, you know, it's the truth. Thank you guys for speaking up.
Joe Candido, Jackson resident, past PBA president, past public safety director. I'm up here to speak in regards to the issues that have been put in the press, especially my name and my past position. And quite frankly, I'm sure what I'm going to say tonight will get twisted in those press media outlets. But nobody's come to speak to me directly. I hear there's a lot of insider sources. I've also spoken to the union presidents, and nobody's spoken to them from these press outlets. One of the main things was the vehicles. One of the things I did was change all the car colors to save the township money on the short term and the long term. And it was put out in the papers that that savings went to buy more expensive vehicles, the Tahoes. Just so we're clear, the Tahoes are for the specialty units, and they're only used for those specialty units because they require more space that the Explorers can't afford them. So we have Tahoes, but they are strictly for the specialty units. Everybody else has Explorers, including the administrative staff, except for the past chief. He felt that he needed a Tahoe for some reason. Mr. Pollock, you're up there, and you have a great responsibility. And I see a lot of stuff on social media. I don't have it. It ends up being sent to me all the time. A little history lesson. Lawsuits that have been settled in this township in the past, some of the things that were put on social media and some of the things that were said at this microphone by residents, as well as some of the council members, has cost the town a lot of money. So I caution you, watch what you're posting, because it may come back to bite you. Thank you.
Well, if I'm posting factual information that part of the lawsuit was about the safety director role, is something wrong with that? Was that not part of the lawsuit?
You're putting a little more than that out there, and it was, no, the lawsuit was about my position in particular there were certain things that wasn't said to us and to certain council members at that time about me being placed in that position. Because if I knew those things at that time, I might not have taken that position. I took the position to better the department and to grow the department, which is what I did with the support of council and the mayor. Okay?
Well, I want you to understand nothing I say is against you, and I
Sure feels like
apologize if you take it that way. It's the creation of the position. It's the fact that it was part of the lawsuit. My main issue is that they're going around saying it's back pay is what the lawsuit is about, and that's not true. That's part of the lawsuit.
Correct.
I would like them to actually take responsibility for their part in it. They voted for it. They were a part of it. It's not against you.
Okay, but one thing, Mr. Pollock.
One second. Mr. Candido, this is not a question and answer.
Sure.
You did, obviously, I'll say call out Councilman Pollock, so I'm going to allow him to answer you, but this is part of your 5-minute time, so Mr. Pollock, feel free. Just because, yeah.
So, as far as the
I see
lawsuit
we
goes, understand that a lawsuit is all allegations until it goes to court and it gets actually drawn out, which we never did. We settled it. And I think, thank you for settling it because it's taken the department to where it needs to go. Okay, we're finally doing some things that I've seen waves of movement already in the last week. And I haven't even been at work. My phone's been blowing up. I actually went to work to take care of some things while I was out because I'm recovering. Okay, so the lawsuit was not about so much the public safety director position because there's plenty of towns that have public safety directors and chiefs. That, you're not going to lose that part of the lawsuit. The lawsuit had an issue with the fact that I was on leave as a lieutenant and being a public safety director, okay? And again, if we were told certain things when this position was created and I was asked to take it.
So I'm gonna stop for a second just because I know what you're alluding to. So I'm just gonna put it out, and the mayor waived attorney-client privilege, so I'm gonna say it because I think it's important for the residents of Jackson to know it.
Attorney-client privilege.
Mayor, you waived it earlier this week, so that's why I'm gonna say it.
Thank you.
Director or former director, Lieutenant Candido was appointed by former Mayor Reyna as the public safety director, and council did sign off on it. It was a 5-0. The position of creating the public safety director was a 3-2 at that point. Myself, Mayor Kuhn, former Councilman Sargent, Mr. Borelli, and Mr. Chisholm voted against the position, and that was understandably. There was obviously differences of opinions at that.
Right, stop you right there for a second.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you did it intentionally or not, Mr. Pollock, but you made a statement in an article lately that I also voted for that position.
You? No, never said that.
Well, I'll get the article up and show it to you. But,
Okay, so let me
but
just
I
finish.
was not even on the council at that time.
Councilman, I just want to finish because it's getting late, and I don't want this to be a whole thing about it. So we're moving the department forward, and we're not moving backwards. But that being said, former Mayor Reyna made a recommendation to council that was, I think, advised and consent to appoint a Lieutenant Candido who did a phenomenal job while he was there, and he deserves a lot of credit. The department is a lot better place because some of the things that you implemented. That being said, part of the challenges that we had in negotiations, we had no way of defending the appointment of Lieutenant Candido, who was a subordinate to Chief Kunz at that point. And we were not told as council that there was legal direction given, and we were not, and that's part of why we're at this point where we're at. We had a mayor and council who did not work well together at that point, and council was never given the legal memo that we received last week that very clearly was dictated that it was a mistake to appoint Mr. Candido. I'm just going to say,
Otherwise,
Mayor.
we would have never done it.
Yeah, we
were
even
not
had
informed.
conversations when I interviewed Mr. Candido, and he was concerned about leaving his position as lieutenant, and he was given reassurance by the former mayor that it was not a problem, and he had discussed it with legal. Lo and behold, did we know that there was a legal memo given, and I'm going to say it, by Attorney McGuckin, who, again, for those, I think I saw one comment on social, someone asked, attorney works for the mayor, and if the mayor doesn't allow that attorney to give instructions to council, and the mayor withheld that information. We got that memo last week. I have no problem sharing with anyone. I shared it with the lieutenant this week, and I think his jaw fell off his face because he would never have stepped into the position at that point that he stepped into. That being said, I think it's important to move this town forward, move this department forward, and I can tell you, Lieutenant's out on leave this week, and I know Chief Nelson called him in to pick his brain, to utilize his talents in the department that I know he brought when he was there as the union head and all his other capacities over the past years. And I stand very much by appointing, at that point, a public safety director, and that was my vote then, and I stand by that vote. I know you did great work in the department, and I feel bad that unfortunately, there have been people out there and who have maybe dirtied the water because people don't understand part of the settlement was doing what was in the best interest of the department. It was a big settlement. There's no denying it. We wish we wouldn't have had to have do it. But the reality was, I was the liaison involved with the negotiations with Attorney McGuckin and Mayor Kuhn at that point. It was clearly in the best interest of the department. We saw it tonight. We see it with the fact that you have staff meetings and some of the other rank and file that I've had opportunity in the past 2 weeks of meeting. And we're blessed to have the JPD, and we're looking forward to them doing a lot forward. Yes?
I just have one question. This is all new information here. I just want to be clear. Are you saying that there was legal guidance to the former Mayor Arena to not appoint Mr. Lieutenant Candido because he was a police officer, and the mayor didn't inform the council? I just want to get clarity, because, and then, did you ever ask Lieutenant Candido if this was going to be a conflict? Did you ever ask?
We never asked. I mean, if we were asked about it, about the position and whether I'd be interested, and for the benefit of the department, I said yes, but nobody guided us or said to us, that this would be a problem down the road.
Correct.
And
So
then
that
it
was
became a problem.
withheld information, is that what you're saying?
As Mayor King would say, Bible, hand of the Bible, we never got that information as a council. Like I said, there was a split about appointing the position. It was 3-2. It was unanimous supporting it because I met former Director Candido for the first time, actually, after the position was created. I never knew him before, and he had the support, high-level support from members of the unions and the department, and one of the most respected members of our law enforcement agency. So I applaud you, and I know you went through a lot in the past couple of years, and I feel bad because you didn't do it for yourself. You took a lot of loss for it, a lot of aggravation, and a lot of stress, and I think you have aged, I have aged through the process, but I know that you didn't do it for yourself. You did it because you were asked to step up, and like I said, I think you served, and I know you're going to be part of that leadership moving the department forward. We have a great department. We need to look forward. We need to forget the past. We need to look forward, and I know Chief Nelson has alluded that you're going to be part of that. Mayor, anything you want to add?
I just want to thank you, and I apologize for what we just found out this week. In obtaining that letter and showing that the prior administration knew that it wasn't your position that was the problem, it was you, unfortunately. But you were very qualified, and I'm happy that you were able to step in and help the department in their dire need. They saw light when you came in. You took the budget, you stopped the overtime. I believe you're still going to be utilized in administration. I believe you're moving up to the 3rd floor as a lieutenant. And the new chief, I'm excited that she's taking your leadership and your guidance in what you brought to that department and moving it forward as they do move forward. So thank you so much, and I do apologize that you have to come here and you have to say this, but I appreciate you coming forth.
And I just want to add one more thing, and then I'm not sure if anyone else, councilman, want to add to a second. I am very, very hopeful with Chief Nelson's leadership. Chief Nelson was actually recommended by former Chief Kunz. She's highly, highly, highly respected within the department, and I think we're in a very good place in JPD. And if you disagree, let us know.
No, I don't disagree, and I want to thank you for everything that you guys have done to settle the lawsuit and move us forward. Chief Nelson's going to do a phenomenal job. She's put a team together. They've been working like dogs for the last week to restructure and move us forward. And we had a conversation on Monday, her and I, and I'm there to help, and that's all I want to do. And I'm going to put it out there to the press. Please stop, let this department heal, and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
What happened ended in a $2 million settlement. That's not good for the town. Okay? You can try to blame everybody else. You can take no responsibility. That's not right. That's not what you're supposed to do in your position. And when it was voted on, guess what? Nino Borelli said no. Steve Chisholm said no. And they go, oh, this could lead to potential issues. This could lead to legal problems. What happened? Exactly what they said. So don't sit there and be like, oh, we didn't do anything wrong. We take no responsibility. You need to take responsibility. I think people are looking at that, look what, you can't even apologize. Like, this is why people can't stay in government. You guys can't be normal, you can't be accountable, you can't be transparent in just about anything you do. Like, what, I gotta get into stuff now? I'm so sick of this government. You guys are horrible. Part of this lawsuit was the public safety director role. You don't even tell me our business administrator is the new public safety director? Like, what's going on in this town?
Councilman, I don't think that's...
You want to get into stuff, we get into stuff, it's cool.
Mr. McGuckin, obviously you're the legal counsel.
We
Obviously...
just lose a $2 million settlement, and you want to just repeat the same cycle. I don't know if you know what you look like to other people sometimes.
Mr. McGuckin, it's easy to play Monday morning quarterback, and Councilman, with all due respect, I'm going to disagree. I'm proud of my support that I've had for the rank and file in the department, and I think it was the right thing to it's easy to say after the fact that it wasn't, it was a big amount, and I'm not disagreeing with that, but it was the right decision for the department. And I can look at the men and women who I met over those 2 years, and again, I'm going to start off. I was in a tough position. I was probably the elected official on this dais who was the closest to former Chief Kunz, but I did my research, I did my due diligence, and I am proud of what I've done for the department, and I think the department's in a better place today than it was a little bit ago. So I stand by that. I'm sorry, Mr. Miyabi.
Fred Miyabi, longtime resident, newly retired police officer. It was probably better when I was there, but still, it's still a good department. I want to thank you and give you your flowers. This is not a back and forth session. This is me just saying that I get to finally speak freely as a police officer. Really have to watch what we say and whom we say it to. I no longer have to abide by those rules. That being said, Councilman Pollack made a good statement about accountability and responsibility, and this comes with Chris, you just being here newly to Jackson. What you don't know is that this council is the first council in my 26, 27 years as a police officer within the township that's actually taken some accountability and responsibility when it comes to the Jackson Township Police Department. What I mean by that is that previous administrations who sat here long before this current council administration have begged and pleaded to help with our agency. There was a man who was a stonewall in that third floor that shut down every administration, every captain, there was no growth, there was no progression. Everything that was done at the agency was done through the unions, and they were doing work they should not have been doing because the chief refused to progress. He might have taken the accolades, he might have taken all the respect for it, but he refused to progress. There was votes of no confidence, there was conversations about trying to get him removed, and every other administration did not yield to any of our requests to move him. So I know the $2 million, I understand that's a big ticket item, but you cannot put a price tag on the morality that's within the agency at this point. When Joseph Candido took over as the public safety director for a year and a half, he's done more in the 17 years that Matthew Kuntz has done in that agency. I'm sorry about the money that tied with it, but again, the fact that we're here today promoting 10 people, making a first historic female police chief, a first female police sergeant of Latin descent, that's a big step forward. So I understand what you're saying. I do agree with you what you're saying, the $2 million. There are going to be some lawsuits. Everyone gets a little hurt feelings. That's what comes down to a lot of these things. They don't want to say it. It might not come across that right in a legal battle. It's hurt feelings because someone got called under the carpet for not doing their job for 17 years as the chief. Simple as that. That's what it comes down to. The fact that we're moving forward, that they heard us and actually listened to us and helped us progress, I can't thank them enough. And I'm gone from there, but it's great to sit here and see the 10 promotions, to see the first female chief, to see that you, as well as the rest of the council, are so well-versed and so want to be a part of this agency, be a part of the town to make us grow. So that part you don't see. And that's no fault of yours, because you're new here, and I understand that, right? But I do want to give them their flowers and give them the accolades for actually listening to us. I'm sorry it cost $2 million. I can't say anything about that. But what I'm saying is that the town, the agency itself, is ecstatic. We are actually going to be able to grow and progress and do things instead of just running around circles and being told no, or I'll get back to you, or I'll get you an answer and never do. So that and say, thank you very much for tonight. It was fantastic. I was very happy to be here, and God bless. Thank you.
Good luck in your retirement. I think that was it, so.
Seeing anyone else? No one else come forward? I motion to close public forum.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Could I have a motion to close the meeting?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And thank you again, the Jackson Board of Ed, for allowing us to have the meeting here.